Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2022 U.S. Squash Championships. We've got quarterfinal night tonight and 8 amazing matches for you here at the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center in Philadelphia. My name is Dent Wilkins. I am here with my co-commentator for our first match, Chris Sackvey, Director of Squash here at the Specter Center. Chris, good evening. How you doing?
Doing great. Thank you, Dent. Excited for some awesome squash.
So the second night of the championships, so we had the round of 16 last night on a good set of matches, and now we're really into the teeth of the draw with the quarterfinals tonight. And our first match, as you see on your screen here, we have Sabrina Sobhy taking on Elisabeth Ross. And it promises to be a great match with two really fantastic athletes. Both move really well around the court. You're going to see a lot of speed and quick ball movement. So I think we're in for a fun first one here, Chris.
Definitely. Good to see some of the college players out here. There was a couple good matches last night. Some Maxwell Orr in particular. I watched him. He looked very, very good. Wasn't quite strong enough to get through Andrew Douglas, but yeah, it's great to see them back playing and kind of like measuring themselves against the best in the world.
So we've got Sabrina here, who is the higher-seeded player, and she's currently ranked number 22 in the world. Obviously one of our top U.S. players and has been for many years. She actually won this tournament in the past, and she won it in 2014, completely upsetting everyone as a teenager and beating her sister Amanda as well, who we'll see later in the evening. So Sabrina, it's been really fun the last couple years to watch her kind of a pro career really blossom, and she's now one of our top 4 U.S. women who are all in the top 25 in the world. And Elisabeth is a star at Yale currently. She is a rising junior, grew up in the Philadelphia area close by here, and played one of the stars for the Penn Charter high school team for a long time. So she's certainly got a test against her, against a seasoned pro. And, you know, from your perspective, what's it like for, you know, a college player without as much pro experience to go up against someone who's kind of doing this full time and training hard like Sabrina?
Yeah, I think like the best thing for them, right, is to get this experience and get a sense for the speed and how hard it is. I'd say some of the college players are able to hang in there for quite a while, and then we probably will tend to see like a drop off. So like that physical, kind of like mental, just hit a bit of a wall, and the pros just keep going strong. And I think sometimes, you know, you Sabrina sounds like she overcame that little hurdle and just kept pushing when she won the title against odds. But sometimes what you'll see is a player make a good little run, take a game, and then that's almost as if like, you know, they got there, they got to where they were trying to get to. So we'll see what Elisabeth can do here. If she can kind of make this tough.
We see Sabrina coming out to a quick start, really trying to stay on top of her, and Elisabeth struggling a little bit to find her length off the bat. So she'll need to steady out here and get Sabrina into a couple rallies, get Sabrina running, which obviously Sabrina doesn't have any problem doing, one of the fastest players on tour. But Elisabeth looking to get steady here. I think one benefit for Elisabeth is she has played number 2 at Yale, I think, for the majority of the season. So she's competing regularly on a glass court, which they have up there at the Brady Squash Center. So at least being, you know, on a glass court competing like she is here isn't totally new to her. But you know, certainly you can see Sabrina moving up in the court, and her pace and just consistency early is giving Elisabeth some problems. And you can see Elisabeth kind of standing up on some of those drops, not really, you know, getting into her movement yet, getting into rallies.
Yeah, and I just find the unique thing about glass courts is everyone almost has its own home court advantage. So, you know, just because you're used to Yale doesn't mean you're used to every glass court. And I noticed that just walking, you know, 3 blocks over to Penn. The courts actually look very similar, but just different lighting, different backdrops and whatnot, and they can take just a second to kind of get used to and throw your timing off just enough. So yes, Sabrina's, I mean, just finding her length though, so she's not really giving Elisabeth a chance to even like settle in and see many balls.
Yeah, beautiful target hitting by Sabrina. Like obviously Nick there at the end, but you could see the quality of her length just didn't really allow Elisabeth in there. So Elisabeth will have to take a break, reset, and get back out there. But a really strong start for Sabrina. The top of the U.S. women's group is so strong right now that you've got to imagine that all of them will come in really locked in tonight, thinking not just of tonight, but making sure that they've got their legs under them for what promises to be kind of a tough 2 days ahead, because we're no longer in the time of only one or two top players. These are all some of the best players in the world of the top seeds in the women's draw.
Yeah, and it's super easy to come into a match like this as Sabrina and just kind of do the bare minimum and coast a little bit. But, I mean, the sign of a kind of a really, seasoned squash player is she came in and she's looking to play her best squash because she knows that's what it's going to take to win the whole thing. And to your point, I think all four of those top seeds are gunning for the title, because I think they've all probably traded wins and losses at some point, and they're all playing really high level.
Yeah, certainly, I think for those that don't know Elisabeth as well, that's an impressive performance for Sabrina in the first. Yes, she's the higher seed. Yes, she's on the Pro Tour, but Elisabeth has been a U.S. Junior champion in the under 19 or in the under 17s. She was a runner-up in the under 19s, and just one of our top players all the way through, and now one of the top players in All-American level in college. So it's definitely an impressive, focused performance from Sabrina off the bat here. So Chris, will they kind of get into the second game here? It'd be great to hear a little bit more from you. As I said at the beginning, you're the director of squash at the Specter Center here, and it'd just be great to hear what's going on from the programming side right now. What does the summer look like, and what you've been most excited about kind of with the first year of the center in operation mode and full operations kind of under your belt?
Yeah, this week was exciting. First week of summer camps. I think before I arrived last September, they had a few groups come in, but not really the traditional, summer squash camps. So this was my first one at the Specter Center, and we have a nice little group here all week, and kind of designed the camp around the tournament, actually. So really pitched, come train for a few hours in the afternoon, and then stick around and watch the best players in the U.S. battle it out. And it's been fun to see a lot of our players stick around after camp and watch this. And yeah, so we've got a full summer of camps lined up. We've got some Team USA Junior National camps. We're hosting the Canada versus America Battle the Border for juniors. For the first time ever, it will be in the U.S., and for the first time ever, I will be on Team USA.
I mean, we're happy to switch your jersey. I know the Battle of the Border has been held annually at White Oaks, which is your family's stomping ground growing up. So we're happy to bring it down here for a little bit instead of having it up in Burlington every year. So it's exciting to see that competition and get the Canadians down. And for so many of these kids, those international competitions simply haven't happened in 2 years. So that'll be really exciting for all the juniors to get to put Canada or USA on their backs and get that competition back rolling.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one and exciting and kind of really cool venue to host it in. And yeah, and then looking forward, we've just kind of been building momentum all season long. And so we've been through a year of tournaments. We've been through a year of junior clinics. COVID and the winter interrupted a few programs. So it's like, there's a lot more excitement around hopefully that all those programs we were ready to go on, but just had to hit the pause button to start up with some school teams, some public school teams that we're hosting, and hopefully just get a lot more daily activity layered in here.
I know one of the exciting things next year will be, as you said, the startup of all those school teams. We'll have at least, I believe, 10 public school teams from our local West Philadelphia area here that will all be starting up teams for the first time. A lot of those kids, I believe, came in for clinics this year and kind of learned to play clinics when unfortunately their teams weren't able to get off the ground due to kind of the Omicron variant surging in the middle of winter when traditional sports winter sports would have started up for the school district. So that's a really exciting piece next year. And even from those clinics this year, we've seen a lot of pickup into the summer camps and others of kids that have been learning squash for the first time, but now, are really taking to the game and able to stay in it as part of kind of our models here at the Specter Center, which has been, I got to imagine for a coach, that's cool for you to have people that are simply new to the sport and able to learn it for the first time and get an opportunity to play in an area where, there didn't used to be as much court access as there is now.
For sure, and that's kind of the silver lining, I guess, of those school teams not happening, which was a bit of a bummer. Is we have a handful of students at every one of those schools that have played all winter, and a bunch of them carried on into the spring, and several of them are going to continue and do a couple summer camps with us here. So we're going to have this whole group of kids who have played for close to a year when we're starting the team, and so they'll be kind of natural leaders. They'll be able to help their classmates kind of get into it, learn the rules. So we won't be starting from square one. We'll have a good group of players who have been working at it.
That's great. I mean, back to the squash here, Elisabeth had a strong start here and got herself kind of even early in the game, but then you saw the experience from Sabrina. I jinxed her there. Of course, it goes in the 10 as soon as I mention her experience, but take over and gain a little lead here. But definitely a better game for Elisabeth. A little bit finding her length a little bit better, and catching a couple errors out of Sabrina that she didn't get in the first game. So nice to see Elisabeth kind of find her footing here.
Yeah, and I mean that return the serve does give you a little glimpse of just like, the court. It just plays a little different. You got to get your kind of sight on. So Elisabeth had a few of those in the first, and then she got Sabrina back with one. But both these glass courts play so awesome. They're so, ball kind of shoots off the front wall exactly where you want it to go. It really rewards good, just good ball striking and good target hitting, and you got to be quick.
So when my ball doesn't go where it's supposed to off the front wall, that's a me thing. That's not a court. It's not a court issue.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot to blame. These glass panels are nice and straight.
Yeah, I'll find other excuses. It's not a problem. Not a problem for me. So Sabrina now up 2-love, making relatively quick work of those first two games. She's looking strong and well on her way into a potential semifinal berth here the first time. So Elisabeth will have one more chance here to kind of reset. And to your points, it's been interesting watching Elisabeth. You can see her, and I think this happens sometimes when you're playing a more experienced player. She'll get herself moving in the rally quite well, especially when she's striking the ball, hitting to length, and then she gets an opportunity, thinks of a chance to take it in short or one way or another, and then you see her kind of whole body relax a little bit and not actually like stay in that same nice aggressive movement that she was showing earlier in the point. So whereas Sabrina, the way she approaches the ball looks very much the same whether she's attacking or whether she's kind of just in the middle of a rally or one way or another. So you can definitely see the kind of consistency and level of experience difference.
Test.
It's all stuff that Elisabeth will learn, and Elisabeth's definitely in that kind of age and level that we hope she'll take a run at turning pro after college and seeing if she can do some damage as part of Team USA.
Yeah, when you're playing someone that is, objectively a little bit stronger, like I think it is, you tend to maybe go for shots at the wrong time or put a little more pressure on yourself to hit a better ball, and it can show up in different ways when you're watching someone play. But yeah, she kind of relaxed a little bit there, so let's see if she can get a start here. I think she'll need to get a bit of a lead because Sabrina's going to play the big points well, and it's very hard to put her away.
Nice to see Elisabeth play that ball previously that came up the middle a little bit. Some people trying to find a stroke when it probably isn't there, so nice to see her play through when there's space to play. I really like watching Sabrina's footwork. She's so light on her feet. One of the best movers on the pro tour. Like her foot speed is unreal when she gets pushed and needs to go get it.
Yeah, I've been on court with her a couple times this year, and the easiest way to explain it is I just say she's so fast, and I'm like, not squash fast, not this fast, not that. She's just fast, and you really notice it when you're on court with her. She buzzes around you, like kind of like very agile too. If she plays a loose ball, she can still like work around her opponent very well and change directions super quick.
Yeah, you get the feeling she's one of those athletes. Like if she had committed to, let's say, be a soccer player, we'd find her on the U.S. women's soccer team right now. You know, she's just a really, you know, exceptional balance, you know, strong, great mover, great athlete.
100%.
A bit better pressure here from Elisabeth.
Whew, there it is.
Again, most players don't get.
That's nice.
It's a great sequence, just building pressure, not assuming a winner, which you never can against Sabrina.
A little bit of delay and snap on that forehand. That's lovely too.
2-4.
That's good. You can see her kind of relax a little bit and not second guess those attack shots. Just snap it in.
Yeah. Ooh, nice little hold.
Yeah, that front forehand's
3-4.
dangerous. There's some power.
And out. 5-3.
Looks like for a 4:30 on a Wednesday match too. There's a nice crowd forming. The Germantown Cricket Club coaches come over to support Elisabeth, and yeah, stands are already getting packed in.
It's great. We've got your camps there coming in. You see people start to file in. We've also got it's a really fun adult league called the Czar League in Philadelphia, which you know, is half fun or half squash and half frivolity. But they're going to be on the doubles courts all night here at the Specter Center and checking out some of the action too. So
7-3.
I did hear they have some buffalo wings around, but I think I need to keep my hands off them.
Yeah, I actually made the mistake of grabbing 3 chicken wings last night, and I got some really angry stares in my direction.
If it's not your chicken wing, you got to be careful.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous. You can steal anyone else's celery stick, but don't. You know, you won't get any anger. But if someone else's chicken wing, it's a whole other story.
Grew up close to Buffalo, so if you put a wing in front of me, I'm gonna have to try and, you know, sneak it.
Hey, as a Western New Yorker, I feel you.
Stroke to Sobhy.
Savvy.
Yeah, I think that's got to be a stroke there.
Left
Some room to
side,
swing.
9-4.
Bad. This ball just kicked out a little bit. Even though Sabrina's in control, I think Elisabeth's done herself proud these last 2 games. You know, she's created a little bit more pressure, gotten Sabrina off the tee for some good rallies. So you can see all that potential, and as Elisabeth continues to develop and train, how much good squash she has in her.
Yeah, the tricky thing is the college season is relatively short. I mean, so much shorter than a pro season. And
that's really nice.
Nice ball, good finish. And yeah, so, you know, Elisabeth's last match might have been in early March, and it's not always easy to get a ton of competitive experience outside of that. So, you know, you jump in against Sabrina Sobhy after a couple months of not having insanely, you know, meaningful competitive squash. It's a tough one.
Yeah, she's tough enough to play even when you have been playing lots of meaningful competitive squash.
Yeah.
So, really good match there for Sabrina. Just reiterating again, this is the quarterfinals of the 2022 U.S. Championships, and we have the upcoming 3 matches that you see there on this court beginning at 5:30, and in about 5 minutes we'll jump over and take a look at the other court where we'll have a match at 5 p.m. starting off. It should be quite a good one of kind of the old guard against the new guard with Chris Gordon taking on Andrew Douglas, which I think should be a really fun match. So that's what we have coming up. Again, Dent Wilkins here on the commentary. We've got Director of Squash at the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center, Chris Sackby, here with me. Yeah, settling in for a good match. Chris, I hope you're able to stick around with me, maybe watch a little bit of the Gordo and Andrew Douglas match.
Wouldn't miss it.
All right. And later on we'll have hopefully some look-ins on the commentary from a couple of the athletes. We'll get Sabrina up here if we can, and some of the others. And we'll also have the Gannick family U.S. Squash head national coach Ong Beng Hee will be stopping by the commentary booth starting around 5:30 or so to take a look at that Rosini and Brownell match that you see on your screen right now. So we've got a great night of squash. Rest of the week, we've got semifinals night tomorrow, which is always one of the most fun nights of the tournament. 4 great matches. And then the finals night, people competing for the U.S. Championship title will be on Friday, June 17th. So we hope anyone that's watching, you're going to be coming back, sticking around for some great squash, and hope you enjoy it. So we'll take a 3-minute break here, and we will return for the 5 o'clock match coming up with Chris Gordon and Andrew Douglas. All right, welcome back to the 2022 U.S. Championships here at the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center in Philadelphia. Dent Wilkins here from U.S. Squash on commentary with my co-commentator, Chris Sackvey, Director of Squash here at the Specter Center. Chris just had a pretty clean match by Sabrina Sobhy to find her way through to the semifinals in 3, and we're over here taking a look at the next glass court at the Specter Center with what promises to be potentially one of the best matches of the night with Chris Gordon and Andrew Douglas.
Yeah, Andrew Douglas, out of everyone in this event, probably has, the highest level of squash in comparison to his PSA ranking, just because I think, he's been focusing a little more on the college squash. Just graduated from Penn, from graduate school, actually, and the Ivy League had an exemption year where you could play as a grad student to get your lost year from the COVID-19 kind of missing season. So he had a strong year at Penn, and now he's already been doing some damage on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, she's a first-team All-American, I believe, all 4 years during his time there at Penn. Played number 1 for basically all of his time on a very, very strong Penn team. So playing number 1 was not a given, and certainly one of the ascendant players. And then on the opposite side, we've got someone who's had one of the longest and most storied careers in U.S. squash kind of pro player history on the men's side, which is Chris Gordon. He's been on the tour now, I believe, for 67 consecutive years, and is still ranked up at number 68 in the world. Andrew Douglas currently at 92. So Chris Gordon, just such a tough competitor, and has been someone who's represented the U.S. on the international stage for well more than a decade at this point. So it's kind of a fun matchup of the up-and-coming youngster just out of college, just starting his pro career, versus the seasoned vet. So what type of dynamic do you think we're going to see out there between these two players?
Yes, I think Chris, one of those guys, he's kept his physicality up. Strong guy, loves the gym. I think some of the players definitely, he's got kind of that folklore of his workouts. I think he's got some unique workouts, but really, really strong, really fit guy. And obviously all the savviness that a really long pro career brings you, and just kind of that experience. But I think in Andrew, you've got a guy who's super strong athlete, and he's really tough. So he's not your typical kind of 21-year-old that's going to take a couple years to kind of figure out how professionals play, and maybe how to stay tough in big points, and how to play physical. He's not scared of that, and so I think that makes this an exciting matchup. And you might see a younger guy potentially get a little bit shaken by someone like Chris Gordon, where I know I watched their match at the U.S. Trials this year, and it was really, really good.
We, with Andrew, I got a chance to watch him in 2019 when he made the Pan American team in the Pan Am Games in Lima for the United States, and ended up really being one of the key pieces of their gold medal team performance, and won some huge matches at number 3 against players that were, both ranked and seeded to really beat up on him. And he has that tough mentality of believing that he belongs on any court he's put on. And that he's the best player out there. He really has that kind of self-belief that some young players don't have. So, Andrew, only 23 years old, will turn 24 this August. Chris Gordon, about a month away from his 36th birthday. So, be a fun matchup of little youth versus experience here, and I think we're in for a good one. We will be switching back and forth on courts here as well. We have another tough match coming up at 5:30 over on the other glass court here at the Specter Center. So we will flip back and forth throughout our coverage and stick here with Chris. And then in about half an hour, we'll have a chance to talk to Ong Bang Hee, who's our head national coach for U.S. Squash. And that'll be fun to get his insight on these players who he follows around the world and gets to watch and train with frequently. So Looks like these boys are about ready to get started, and let's kick it off here.
I'd expect some long ones to start. I think they're going to feel each other out a little and kind of settle in. The old misbounce ball trick from the veteran already.
He wants Andrew to think he's nervous, but don't be deceived.
I think one thing I've noticed with Andrew over the last 1 or 2 years is he's definitely more aggressive going to the front, where I think, I remember watching him play in the World Junior Championships in New Zealand, and he had some great results and was an awesome player, but he was a little bit more of a sponge. He absorbed a little more and, used his athleticism to just kind of like make it really hard, and he's definitely, I think, going to fire some balls in and move it around and see how Chris responds to that.
It's good defense there by Chris. Andrew had him on a string for the first half of the point, and he was able to find neutral ground and then take advantage with a really nice straight drop at the end, capture the first point. Well, pieces of Chris's racket already fallen off.
Yeah, he had that ready.
Little lesson for your juniors there, Chris. Get the serve on the sidewall.
Yeah, that was nice, easy, quick one. You like that. Expend no energy. Ooh. I don't know if that hit all string or not, but it won the point. Thought that was up. That was a good example there of Andrew not being afraid to put it in.
Yeah, he's been willing to use the working boast early on here, start to try and get Chris moving laterally. Oh, it's a great get.
Good physical rally here. This is what I was expecting earlier.
Would you say, like, on balance, this is what Andrew will look to do? Like, even though Chris is obviously, exceptional athlete, like, does Andrew have a little bit of the edge the longer the rallies go here, the longer the first game goes?
I don't know. I haven't had a chance to see Chris play as much recently, just because Andrew's here in Philly, and I watched some of the college squash. But yeah, I don't know. I could see him doing some of this and just being aggressive and playing loose and trying to take his opportunities. Like, I don't think he's afraid to play long and physical. But at the same time, I think, why let Chris kind of like get into a rhythm, and sometimes playing those long rallies actually let guys settle into the match. So he does look like he's stepping up the court there, trying to be aggressive on the volley. I think Chris Gordon, I remember watching, he did a squash skills video on I think why he had a deep tee position. why what I remember why he had it, and or different explanations and stuff, and maybe why he thought maybe it gave him some advantage, and maybe what he thought it took away from him. But you can definitely tell Andrew's trying to play higher up than Chris right now.
Andrew likes that kind of high pace, or, high speed, adding pace to the ball, and then adding pace with his movement too. Really trying to get hard across the midcourt, attack with a straight ball. it's a good observation by you earlier. He's certainly, more willing to take it in through these early rallies with the straight drop and with the boast than we've seen in kind of previous iterations of him over the last couple of years. Little miscue there.
Yeah, tough. Yeah, getting one here is important, but it's going to take a few more for Chris to get back level. I don't know how true this stat was. I don't know, but someone told me on the PSA if you lose 3 points in a row, you can't remember the exact percentage, but I think it's a super high percentage, like 85, 90% that you lose that game. So really important not to lose points in chunks and give away runs.
I think it's good to say it confidently, even if we don't remember the exact stats and thing.
Yeah, never get the truth get in the way, Chris. Come on.
Yeah.
But that's the other stat to back that up is if you get 3 back, you negate that percentage. So so there's one more.
Yeah, what
here.
happens if 2 people get 3 in a row?
Yeah, you throw the rule book out the window, and then we're back to square one.
I've heard 50% of commentator stats predict the outcome of the game correctly.
What was the call there? What? I think a let. Probably the fair outcome. Okay, so Chris got his 3 points back, make it 4. And
do you know the percentage for 4 points in a game? What that adds up? We'll go back to we'll go to our stats department.
Yeah.
Check that one out.
That adds too much math in my life. That's
just a really nice job of him just steadying out here, though. I mean, Andrew was all over him in those first 7 points, getting up 6-1. So, I mean, I think that's part of that veteran mentality, right? Like there's nothing that Chris hasn't seen at this point, so he won't be intimidated right off the bat at giving up that little streak. And he just stuck to his game, stayed steady. Now he's right back in this first game.
Yeah, and I mean, Andrew really was kind of feathering balls in and playing really nice attacking boasts and whatnot in the first start there. And I almost think there was a little bit of a heat check scenario that he didn't really on the first time. He made a bit of a easy mistake. He didn't say, okay, like, let's buckle back down here. And he hit about 3 in a row. And Chris has, he's stringed together some good rallies as well, which brings that's bunch of errors now off the racket of Douglas and a few good rallies, and 6-1 goes to 8-6.
And just some careless errors here, like he was attacking very positively, and from up in the court early in the game, you can see that he's on his back foot, behind the service box, just trying to poke in the drop and just getting a little antsy here. So we'll see if Andrew can now find a way. Andrew's such a tough competitor that don't be surprised if he also steadies out at the end of the first game here and finds his own way to go back.
Yeah, to your point, even that one, like he managed to get that ball up to the front wall, but he's kind of like turning a bit. He's on his back foot, and Chris is pretty far up the court, and he's kind of, I was like lucky to get a let. So there's just not a whole lot of reward from back there in that situation.
He's clearly got a conscious strategy that he wants to take Chris in as much as he can, but Chris has started to absorb it relatively well, and finds himself here with a bunch of match balls up 10, or I'm sorry, a bunch of game balls up 10-6 here.
Good to scrape that. It's handy racket work off the side wall.
Tough and gutsy on that glass court to snap that cross court. Really tough to judge the exact distance there.
Okay.
Oh,
it went
still
for
looking to
again,
take it
yeah.
in from the back, but there you go. Chris Gordon finding his way through the first game here. He was down 6-1 and won 10 of the last 11 points to find himself with an 11-7 win. So, if anything, I think for, let's just call him slightly longer in the tooth gentleman, Chris Gordon used his experience there, and I think it was more important for him to win the first, perhaps, than Andrew. So really key for him to get through there and get a little edge on the youngster.
Yeah, definitely a tale of two halves there with Andrew looked like he was going to kind of just storm out of that first game, and somewhere around halfway there was a shift. So I think that is there is that kind of like element of experience where it's not like Andrew's inexperienced, but compared to Chris, he's not quite there. And so, you know, when a couple things start going wrong, it's like I think, you know, the top players in the world know how to pivot, or not even the top players in the world, just people who kind of like really have a good understanding of the flow of a game and the flow of a match, and you know, they've seen it all before, and so, you know, they've been in positions where they've made 2 or 3 errors and they've got to find a way to dig it out. And so I think Andrew definitely has that ability. I could see him trying to maybe switch it up here and maybe abandoning that short all the time strategy, but I do think he wants to stay positive because it was working.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he responds here. Andrew's, you know, as we both said, a really tough competitor, so he won't let that, you know, disappointing kind of comeback that he allowed there. He won't let that, you know, ruin the rest of the match for him. I wouldn't think. He knows how to compete, and he'll be right back stuck in here. I might be a little intimidated myself by the little all blue getup that Gordo's rocking here. I feel it takes some guts to go all the way from shoe to shirt with the blue.
Yeah, matching the court.
A little stealthy, maybe blend into the background.
Exactly. Everything he's doing is lining up with that, you know, veteran moves. There it is.
Beautiful length.
Yeah, there's, you know, that's the type of stuff he can produce. So it's like you have to be able to win some points in the back of the court to, you know, give yourself a little bit of room for error in the front, take a little pressure off you. Ooh. A little bit of a flub. Feel like Chris does not want to give away another 5-point lead to start this one.
Wow.
There it is again.
Really nice straight line hitting here early from Andrew.
Yeah, but to your point earlier, like that's from the back of the service box, kind of, you know, moving into it with good balance, not stepping kind of backwards onto it. So I think that's where he's going to have to like pick and choose his spots.
You know, when you're working with your players at the Specter Center here and talking match tactics and stuff like that, what's your, you know, recommendation to them when they come into a game with a match tactic and, you know, they, you know, may not be seeing success with it early? How do you try and get them thinking about, like, when to think about adjustment and when to, you know, really stick with it, even though it may not be working right off the bat? What type of things should players be looking out for in the middle of the game when obviously they don't have a coach just able to give them input point to point?
Yeah, I think that's like the whole part of coaching and developing players is you actually want to teach them how to coach themselves in the middle of a game and make adjustments, because you can't be doing that. So if you wait until the end of a game and you give a few tactical strategies, and they're already down 1-love, and then the other players can also make some adjustments, and so squash is too dynamic, and the ball changes, the ball starts to soften up, or players start to hit some different shots and get hot in different areas of the court, and so part of teaching players is teaching them how to recognize those patterns and make changes on the fly. And to the flip side, also on the positive, recognize what they're doing well, and don't stray away from it until that other player starts to catch on.
Kind of the better your players get, hopefully the less they need you. Yeah.
100%. I feel like that's the job of the coach is, make yourself as as unneeded as possible in those big moments, because you can't help them when they're in there in the middle of the game. So I definitely try and do a lot of teaching without being overly wordy and spending too much time of a session, which is why I really love this. I love camp season, because when you have a 60 or a 75-minute clinic, you really want to let the players get the most out of their on court time. So you kind of have to get some points across, be concise, but today we had a 3-hour session, so you can take 10-minute breaks and really kind of dissect different things. Today, one of the things we talked about was just practicing with a little bit of a higher level of purpose and a little more match-like with our higher performance players. And I think that's a fundamental shift. These guys, when they'd be practicing with each other, wouldn't be hitting feeds to each other that they wouldn't see in a normal match. So they're going to try and practice like they want to play.
Yeah, with that coaching, as I mentioned at the beginning, for those that have just tuned in, Chris is the director of squash here at the Arlen Specter Squash Center.
Man down.
Andrew Connellette. See what we get here.
I get the vibe of a let call just by the reactions. Happened so quick, it was kind of hard to see. It looked like Andrew could have been going in the wrong direction, but I also don't even think he really got a chance to get off his start line before he tripped.
Yeah, it's tough when everyone's feet are tangled up in the middle there. It's a tough call for the referee. You've got to make the judgment of whether a player has been sent the wrong way and basically created some of that interference, or whether they had a real chance and opportunity to go get the ball and therefore deserve a let. So those are ones that referees don't look forward to, for sure. So good job by Andrew here, studying out, getting not a huge lead, but an early lead in the second after a pretty tough end to that first game here. I wanted to ask Chris, what we talked a little bit in the Sabrina Sobhy match before this, about the first year of the Specter Center here. Interested in hearing from you, some of the things you're most excited about coming up here at the center over the coming year, now that we've got our first year of operations under us at this amazing building.
Yeah, I think this year, our staff between the Specter Center and US Squash was a lot of new faces, including myself. A lot of learning, and I think we also have had some ideas that just needed to be put on the back burner while kind of our top priorities, started to build. And so I think we've got a lot of fun ideas in the pipeline for kind of cool ways to get people from across the country, from different kind of squash cohorts to come here and experience it. So not just kind of national tournaments. I know we're talking about a kind of a fun, loose, giant national team tournament, so you could play with your best buddies from your club, or you could play with your high school teammates, or just people from kind of a region. So keep it kind of fun and loose, but that's the kind of thing I think that sports like softball or ball hockey and things like that a lot of young adults tend to find just kind of fun, friendly competition. And so I think that's something we want to improve on here, and also at the junior level, we host all the junior national championships, but how can we get other players from all across the country who maybe don't play in those tournaments to come here for a fun competitive experience?
It's such a unique place in that at any given day, walking down and seeing the courts in the afternoon, you may have 8 courts taken up by our partners at Squash Busters, Philly's amazing award-winning urban squash and education program, who operate their West Philly operations here out of the Specter Center. You may have players, both middle school and high schoolers from their program, who are alongside new high school teams that'll be starting up in concert with the Philly School District this year, who will be alongside adults playing after work, who are next to the players in the top 10 in the world who are training as part of the national team. Like, it's such a unique piece to have all of these levels of the squash community all kind of playing alongside, learning from each other, and building kind of common purpose around the sport. I'm really fired up for the next year and what we're going to see. And for me personally, the more of these school teams starting up next year and getting hundreds of new kids who haven't gotten a chance to play the sport before to learn it, and then stay engaged afterwards and take part in our programs throughout the year. It's really exciting. So I'm envious of you and all the kind of exciting stuff that's coming up. And I know you've got a great team between all of your assistants and Scora Miller, our director of community programs here, who's done absolutely amazing work in year one in a really kind of challenging pandemic environment. And as I said, our partners at Squash Marts, and then college competitions, national championships, as you mentioned, everything. It feels like every day is a little something new. And now we get a chance this week to watch the best of the best, the top players of Team USA.
Yep, and that's got to be a stroke.
So we're getting into the meat. We'll take on the stream here. We'll take everyone through to the end of this game. Andrew Douglas now with 2 game balls on Chris Gordon to even it at 1-1. Then we'll jump back over to the other court here and take a look at the beginnings of our other match, starting on the other glass court. So, it's great movement by Andrew to get around to that.
Yeah, and this has just been a little bit more of a professional display of tactics by Andrew here. So they kind of use the length a little bit more to open up the front. Which worked so far. And let's see if he can close out. Chris is not going to give it away.
Yeah, Andrew, when he's at his best, he feels just relentless. Like ton of pace across the midcourt, like tracking everything down, like making other players start to wonder like where the points are going to come from and whether they have the ability to outcompete him. So he's doing a little bit of that here, going into that mode. He knows how important this game is. Oh, what a shot.
Really nice flick of the wrist.
That's tough on no timing there to not kick that into the sidewall at all and just slide it down. Another great comeback from Chris Gordon. I mean, the vet really showing his mettle here. Feels him worthy of a towel break, too. He maybe a little quick breather there.
Yeah, use it. Use it if you got it.
All right, so I think with my American background, I got to check in with you on something. So ball hockey, I heard, the little hockey with a tennis ball. What do we got going on there?
Yeah. No, I was just, it's funny comparing. Yeah, everyone has friends who play softball, and I was in New York City before this, and you got the big Central Park softball leagues, and people love that kind of. You get a little bit of the competitive juices flowing. A lot of it is for fun. And so, the club, we have an interesting club environment here where we do have Team USA competing. We're kind of teaching people how to compete at the youth level for the first time. But we're also kind of thinking from on a club standpoint is like, how do we engage new adults? And I think for them, a lot of what they're choosing to do in their time is it needs to be fun, right? It needs to be social. It needs to be fun. So thinking of kind of creative programs and tournaments and events and stuff that engage that crowd that's not necessarily looking to ever win a national championship, but just kind of play squash and love it.
Wow. Look at that.
That is a
Chris.
huge comeback.
Little opens up his shoulder, comes over the top spin backhand to win. And Chris Gordon now up 2 games to love on the other court. Gives us a great opportunity to come across here, back to our other glass courted here at the Specter Center and check out our next quarterfinal. We've got 2 men's matches on right now, as you can see, and then we've got women's matches to follow here. And we'll just alternate on each court, men, women, all through the night. Here, 2 exciting young players, Thomas Rosini, who is in the gray, taking on Timmy Brownell in the blue shirt. Timmy Brownell played at Harvard and originally one of our top junior players, but now member of Team USA, playing full-time on the professional tour. We'll talk a little bit about his kind of great year that he's had coming up. And Thomas Rosini, who's currently at Princeton University, one of the top players on their team, and really an ascendant young college talent. So much like Sabrina and Elisabeth Ross, we've got a younger pro currently training full-time, and in Timmy taking on Thomas, kind of up-and-coming college player, is also very tough. So what should we be looking for in this match here, Chris? What do you expect to see from Timmy as kind of the higher-seeded player in the pro?
Yeah, it's a fun matchup. I think I was at Columbia University before this, and so a lot of these young college players, I was recruiting them, and so most of the ones in this draw were kind of recruited by everyone. So got a chance to see these guys. And Thomas, definitely, I remember watching him at a pretty young age, and he's been a really strong athlete, and you could tell he was pretty locked in and focused from a young age, because I think I remember seeing him when he was 14, and I asked his coach, like, is he starting to think about colleges? And he said, no, he's still, 4 years away. But yeah, so you got a really good young athlete. You can tell he kind of, he's got that posture on the tee, that strong posture. And the reason I really love Timmy is he's just so loose.
Mr. Smooth out there.
Yeah,
like
competitive, but really slings it around. Nice loose racket, but you can see he's got good accuracy. That's one of his best shots. Kind of can do a lot from that forehand with a short swing, and so yeah, I think he's gonna be aggressive and play loose and attack. And I think it'll be tough for Thomas to find his spots, but he's got to find a way to kind of stay in front of Timmy and use his athleticism and strength around that middle.
So Timmy, has been training full time here at the Specter Center as part of our national team program this year, and he's really taken big steps. He's built a ton of strength. You can see even physically, he looks steadier, stronger. He's always been so smooth around the court, but I think he's physically in a better spot than he's really ever been, and that's paid off in that he had a really tournament of his career up to this point, and obviously we're expecting much more over the coming years, but he won the local qualifier to come into the Tournament of Champions in New York, qualifying for that event and then making waves in the event itself. So that was kind of a breakthrough moment for him. Had a bunch of really strong wins in the qualifier and then in the main draw as well. So that was kind of give yourself a rest, hit it out of the court. That's what I would do.
Thanks, Ryan.
But it was just an exciting moment for him, I think, because he really saw all the training, all the hard work beginning to pay off, and the type of results that he's able to achieve. So, exciting time in his career. We're really fired up for him and what we're going to see out of the next couple of years.
Yeah, he's been a positive influence around the center. Just so, always so happy to be here, and really has stepped up in terms of spent a bunch of hours volunteering this winter. One of the programs we introduced was that Sakura Miller was the driving force behind was these little programs called mini courses, which are essentially electives at the end of the day for some of the middle schools that are within walking distance. And so for 8 weeks, 1 hour a week, they walk over as the last period of their day and learn how to play squash. And that's where some of those players I spoke about earlier who have kind of stuck with it and are definitely going to be leaders on our future school teams. They came out of that program, and so Timmy, Olivia Klein, I don't want to forget anyone. Spencer Lovejoy.
Well, it's just nice to see so many of these. These are some of the top players in the world and top players of Team USA, giving their time back to our community here at the Specter Center. And I think you see that through line in a lot of places around the country in squash courts, these kind of top players, but in a small sport willing to give their time and effort to kind of get back out on court with that next generation and keep people engaged.
Yep, and happy to be doing it, which is which is awesome. So
left side,
really fun having these guys around. Timmy and Spencer are here all the time, kind of
Tweedledee and Tweedledum out there doing their thing.
Exactly.
This is a real beautiful start by Timmy. I mean, he's I think our watchers here are getting a taste of the type of squash that he delivers. Nice little nick there. But Timmy's very measured in his ball striking. Like, he's not just trying to hit the ball through the wall every single time. He measures pace really nicely. Hits a very clean ball. Hits clean lines, keeping it tight and cutting down his opponent's angles. Willing to defend with the height. So it's been kind of a fun display of him early, and keeping Thomas on his toes.
Yeah, I know one of the things he said, it was just, how much the kind of the consistent work in the gym and on court. I think for him, he said specifically in the gym, just like how much better that made him feel, because he's one of those guys who's got such a natural feel for the game, such a natural feel for the racket. Like, look at that little super casual little head
junior players, but look at that little super casual
shot that many people think to do, and for him it always looks natural. It doesn't look forced from that same position. Just goes cross, super easy. So he's just such a good ball striker.
Another good measurement there.
Yeah, and I think he just is that type of guy who needed to put a little extra work in to kind of get his body on the same level as some of these guys in the top 50 or 60 in the world. And I think we're going to see him shoot up if he can keep up with that steady work. And and I think he's going to thrive off a couple good performances like that TOC, because I think you do need to feel like you belong, right, at first.
Yep.
And unlike Andrew, who kind of had some chances to maybe play for Team USA and get a little more pro experience under his belt, Timmy, I don't think had that until he graduated from college quite as much.
Right.
So.
Left side.
I mean, I would compare from Timmy's ascent. We'll see someone who I relate that to later tonight in Olivia Fiechter, and that such a natural ball striker, works so hard at like how she moves the ball around the court, changes pace, defends, attacks. But big breakthrough in the last 2 years has been all the physical work she's put in, which has kind of positioned her physically to get up into where she now finds herself in the top 10 of the world. So you're suddenly able to like take all of those racket skills and all of that kind of tactical knowledge, but have the confidence in your body physically to do the type of work that they're both putting on court. So I kind of like thinking of them in a similar vein, and I'm excited to watch Olivia later. She's had a fantastic season, and she's a ton of fun to watch. There's another winner from Timmy.
Brownell leads
really,
one
I mean,
game to
I don't think Timmy could ask for a better game than that. Just really, really controlled, and kind of never let Thomas really in there.
Yep, and looks relaxed even as he walks off with that strut. Looks nice and relaxed out there.
So, Chris, we're going to jump over, take a look here on the back half of our other quarterfinal. So you can see close in the third again here. Andrew Douglas continuing to push, and Chris Gordon, potentially only 4 points away from sneaking out a win against the younger and really ascendant Andrew Douglas in his career. So fun to see how well Chris has played here to stay in, and let's see if what Andrew has to say about it here as we get to the meat of the end of the third game.
Let call there, which is a tricky call. It's not the most winningest position there, so I can kind of see why it was called a let, but it was a great shot. And yeah, like another good reach and little flick of the wrist for Chris, similar to what we saw on game point. I mean,
shows they're just getting on the ball early enough. You know, he certainly was physically not in a great position all the way stretched out, but just, you know, knew that Andrew must not be in position yet because of how quickly he took it, and just poked in the straight drop. Got himself back to even here. Oh, even more. A fun point here. Wow.
8-6
What a point.
8-6 to 9-8. There's that run of 3 again, Dent.
I've heard so much statistically about the run of
Brownell
3. It's
leads
good
one
to
game
see
to
it
love.
back and play
Love
here.
all.
I wonder what Chris's statistics are in winning 3 love after losing every single match. Sorry, being down in every game.
We'll flip back after the end of this game to the other one. We want to keep you here for an exciting end of the third game here around Chris Gordon and Andrew Douglas.
Down.
Oh, good touch there.
1 love.
He took a little bit of body on the way through. You can see him. Looks like he got a little bit of shoulder in the chest, but somehow managed to play an inch perfect soft counter that forced the stroke.
Chris Gordon is built of stone, so you know, catching a Gordo shoulder in the chest, not a comfy feeling.
Yeah, I think probably 2% body fat on the guy.
Which is amazing. I've been on conference calls with him, and all he does is eat. Like, he'll literally spend the entire 60 minutes, getting various sandwiches, snacks, protein shakes, and yet looks like this. So Andrew Douglas finds himself here. Ooh, cutsy.
Yeah, hasn't been afraid to go for it in the big points. And now we're locked in at 10-all again.
You can see Gordo doing his best to also, not take too much time, but enough time during points, between points to give himself the oxygen he needs, stay on top. Both these guys are tough as nails. They're not going to be intimidated by any chippiness that's going on out here.
Andrew getting a little frustrated at that call, but my guess is he's frustrated at how bad he hit that loose ball and put himself out of position there.
So he's got to reset. Here he is, another match ball down. Big opportunity for Chris Gordon here to put himself into the semifinals.
And you could see this one going another hour, Dent.
Yeah, this match could be over in 10 seconds, or it could be over in 90 minutes.
And
so
there's a good ball.
There's a beautiful shot. Andrew loves that right wall, taking that forehand anywhere across the midcourt. He's really dangerous. Oh, the old pocket the ball maneuver there.
Yeah.
Something new.
Goes for it
tight
again.
Ball again. It's 2 straight serve returns he's been willing to take it in. He's gotten 2 winners out of it.
It's good from kind of where he looked in the start of the match to how loose he looks now. And
he's been down in all 3 of these games and found a way back.
Unfortunately, it's a little bit over.
Yeah, that's a no-let. What amazing performance by Chris Gordon. I mean, Andrew Douglas is playing such good squash on his way up, and 35-year-old vet really plays a fantastic quarterfinal and finds himself in the semi where he's been many, many times before. I don't have the stat right in front of me, but I would guess double-digit.
Make it up.
Double-digit appearances in semifinals for sure. So we're going to let my co-commentator go. He's going to go down and check out some of the matches down on the floor. So Chris Ackvey, Director of Squash at the Specter Center here. Thanks so much for joining me. And we'll hopefully get you in over the next couple days, learn a little bit more about the Specter Center programs, but appreciate you coming and lending your expertise.
Yeah, thank you, Dent. Enjoy the squash, everybody.
Yeah, we will. We're going to pop off for about 60 seconds here, and we'll return with another special guest with Ong Beng Hee, our head national coach of U.S. Squash, and he'll provide some insight on these Team USA stars. Thanks so much.
And out, 4-3. So, 5-3.
All right, we are back here for the 2022 U.S. Championships in Philadelphia at the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center. Dent Wilkins with U.S. Squash. Now with a new special guest host, I'd like to welcome in Ong Bang Hee, who is our organic family head national squash coach at U.S. Squash. And Bang Hee, welcome.
Thank you, Dan. Nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Very exciting to be here.
Yeah, we're this is your first year here working over in the U.S. and as a Specter Center, it's been awesome to have you on as our head national coach. I know, awesome, great for the players, but
Right side, 6-3.
for you, this is a pretty nice facility to get a chance to come over and start running programs at.
Yeah, I think I feel very fortunate to be part of this this big achievement with Specter Center, and obviously, I think this is the first time that Team USA. We have a full-time coach, and I'm very grateful for all the support, especially from you, from Kevin, and the whole of search committee as well. So yeah, it's fantastic to be here.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting time for these players. I mean, this week is really all about these amazing athletes. We've seeing early success here in this quarterfinal match from Timmy Brownell. I know you're working a lot with Timmy, and I want to talk a little bit more about the entire national team program later, but with Timmy up here, 1-love and 7-4 in the second game, would love to get your thoughts on him and the progress he's been making during the year.
Yeah, when I first arrived here 8 months back, or 8 or 9 months back, I just sat down with Timmy and said, "Hey, Tim, I think you have great potential to be at least in the top 30 in the near future, and everyone would like you to be achieving their potential. Of course, if you can do better than top 30, you prove me wrong, fantastic. I love to see that happen." So we sat him down for just an hour just to go through his game and go through the goal settings and what I can share with him as a former player, and also through what I've learned from various coaches around the world. So just basically here to share the experience. So we started working on a daily basis, got him a little bit stronger, and just did whatever we had to do on court.
I think what Chris Ackvey and I in the last segment, we were talking about how Timmy's always had, even from being a pretty young junior, he's had really beautiful racket work, like uses the height of the court, willing to attack, change the pace of the ball, straightens it out really nicely, can keep it tight when he needs to. But you seem to make his biggest jump physically this year, where he just feels he looks more confident in his movement and his strength and just his ability to kind of stay out there with these top pros.
Yeah, I think a lot to do with also working with Bridget, just giving him a foundation to work on, just to make sure that his fitness is able to
9-5.
To hold up for the whole season. I think coming out of college, of course, you're not used to playing on tour for the whole season. So the first thing we identified was to make sure that he's ready for the whole season. Of course, the first 3 months when we first started, he had a couple of slight injury, because his body is not adapt to training in a high-paced environment. It's not used to training twice a day. So that took quite a long time, for a guy like him who just graduated. So that was one of the biggest changes we made in his game. As you just mentioned, he's very talented, he's very smart, he knows how to play the game. So I just kind of gave him a very simple, basic structure for him to be able to showcase his talent, which he just did.
Or just put it in the neck when in doubt. Not a problem. But you got a sense through that point. Obviously, great Nick at the end, but you see him kind of measuring, changing his timing. Just never really letting Thomas get a stable base and get on the point. Thomas is always either having to split step a second time or accelerate. When he doesn't want to. Like Timmy has a really nice sense of that kind of orchestrating a rally and how he moves it around.
Yeah, and also his personality. He's quite a relaxed guy. You know, he's always willing to learn, and I think obviously that helps in his game. You know, and end of the day, you know, I think it's about learning through each other. You know, he's learning from me as I am learning from him as well, and yeah. But I think the trust level between Timmy and a lot of the players, especially in the last 3 or 4 months, that's been really important, and I'm very positive that the way we are going, this program will be very successful, and of course I hope to be successful as well. So yeah, excited. Yeah.
Yeah,
Play will resume in 60
tell me a little bit about,
seconds.
you know, I want to give for, I think many of our viewers know, but I'd like to provide a little background. So Beng He was one of the world's best players for a long time, had a storied career on the PSA Tour, and was the world junior champion the first time it was held in the United States, 98, I believe.
Yes.
I don't want to date you too much here, but yeah, captured the world junior title when it was held at Princeton in 1998, and then was top 10 player in the world for quite a while. And just you know, I know you know, I always enjoyed watching you out there. And you know, what have you found to be one of the challenges in kind of transitioning from such a long pro career like you had into coaching? How does your
They
kind
will
of
resume in
approach need to
30
change
seconds.
and the mindset in order to be successful in the coaching role?
Well, obviously it's a very tough transition because you know, as a player you're always working for yourself. You know, you're almost like a CEO to your own career, and then to transition that into coaching, you basically reporting to someone else. If it's not the player, then you have upper management in the association.
Brownell leads 2
Of course,
games
it
to
takes a
love.
while to get used to, but I think it's very rewarding when when you are working with any of the players and you see them do really well. You know, results is one thing, of course, that's the
Love all.
final result, but I think it's just the day-to-day, just trying to help them, you know, trying to make them better each day, whether as a player or as a person. And I always find that being a coach, you know, we have to always set a good example, and yeah, just, you know, to guide them along the way. You know, just give them simple things to work on, and hopefully that they can put in the effort and then create that game based on a very simple
One
structure.
love.
Awesome. The you know, seeing Thomas here, you know, Timmy's quite strong, obviously, and it's kind of a different beast. Thomas is one of the top U.S. players in college right now, playing at the top of Princeton's ladder. He had, you know, top-level competition this year in Yusuf Ibrahim, the #1 on the Princeton team, who I don't have Yusuf ranking directly, but I believe Yusuf's up, maybe about to crack the top 10 if he hasn't already. So, you know, is able to kind of play against that pro-level competition in practice and see that at a regular time. But
1-2.
obviously you can see that Timmy is doing a good job of just staying on top of him and staying consistent, not allowing Thomas in. What, in your mind, seeing a lot of the college players this year and then some of the young professionals, what's some of the biggest differences between, you know, someone who's coming out of college and playing a certain level and making that transition to the pros? And we just saw this in the last match also with Elisabeth Ross and Sabrina. You know, Sabrina kind of full-time training pro, Elisabeth the top college player. What, as a
3-1.
coach, what do you see as some of the key differences between someone just coming up through college and then making that pro transition?
I think, like, obviously when you have to study and play at the same time, it's really difficult. You know,
4-1.
as a college player, you know, you have a lot of good players, but at the same time, guys like Thomas, Rosini, maybe just lack of you know, time on court, because as a college player, maybe he doesn't have as much time as someone like Timmy now, who's a full-time professional. So again, I think US Squash has done a great job just inviting guys like Thomas Rosini, who is actually here with us for the next month or two over the summer.
to
And
Brownell.
you know, it's our
5-1
job to make
right
sure that we
side.
share what we're doing with him and the rest of the under-23 team. Yeah, it's what life, you know, as a pro, right?
Yeah.
You know, show it to them and share that with them.
I mean, it's a big piece of what we want to do here at the Specter Center is connecting those dots between top junior players, top college players, and then into the pros, and then making sure the pros have a good transition and can continue to contribute to the game after their careers, like you're doing. But you know, that's been super fun. You know, you'll see a top 14-year-old who's here on court, and then someone like Thomas in the middle of college, and then you know, Timmy obviously, and the other pros. So that's gonna be a big piece this year. And I want to talk a little bit about Timmy's
6-1.
strongly in control here. Seems like he's gonna book his berth in the semifinals within the next few minutes, but. He's a member of our HPP program, which is the high performance program at US Squash, and what that is basically US Squash provides funding, direct funding, and support services to a group of our top athletes. And one of the biggest pieces of the program is providing the support for players so they can pursue squash full time as a career out of college, because a lot of times in even our generation, that wasn't a natural transition for players to think of that as an opportunity coming out of college to play. But now that's really facilitating. So you talk about your impressions a little bit of the HPP program and just what that means to the players and kind of what it allows them to do for their careers, especially early on.
Yeah, I think it gives the player a little bit of confidence. Obviously, with financial backing, it's not cheap to be traveling to be playing 15 events a year. And I think US Squash is trying to improve this program. Obviously, we have funding for like you say, the high performance program. So guys like Timmy, based on their performance and based on their ranking, they will be given certain amount of money to be able to travel and to use that to fund their playing career, basically.
And they also get the opportunity to obviously come here, work with you, work with Bridget, utilize all the facilities of the Specter Center, things that they would have to pay for as part of other facilities or other coaching that is now provided for them as part of the national team program. So that's been a really huge transition over the past year, and those resources that are available for them.
Yes, and also I think one of the major thing, obviously having this spectacular Specter Center, 20 courts here. These guys will have full access to any of these 20 courts, whether it's glass court, a normal court, even if they want to convert to doubles, they're able to train for Pan Am Games and whatever is needed for them, right? So this has never happened before. It's the first year. It's my first year with them as well. So yeah, it's very exciting, and as you can see, we have quite a big group of HPP players now that sign up, and it was actually most of them are based in Philadelphia. So it's awesome. We're
excited this Friday on site at the Specter Center. We're going to have an opportunity to honor all of them. We're having a night with Team USA after the finals, where we'll have a lot of supporters of the national team and the public come after the men's and the women's final here at the Specter Center. And it's really an opportunity for us to celebrate them, their accomplishments over the past year, and look towards the future, which we're really excited about. I think we've got a pretty special group now of young talent. You're starting to see that come out in the results, which is great. And Timmy Brownell giving up only 10 points after over 3 games against a very strong college player in Thomas Rosini. So a good tournament for Thomas, making it through to the quarterfinals. I think bright future for him. But Timmy onto the semis and ready for more tomorrow. So as you can see on the screen on this court, we've got a great women's match coming up at 6:30, so they'll be going off in about half an hour. And we'll switch in a second over to the 6 p.m. match on the other glass court and continue to follow the women's action, quarterfinal action on the other glass court here at the Specter Center. We're going to take a couple-minute break here. Then we'll bring you over to the other action. And Beng Hee, it's awesome to have you. And hopefully I can ask you to stay for another 15 minutes. And we'll hear a little bit more about the national team programs and keep going. So please stick with us. Thanks so much for watching the 2022 U.S. Championships here from the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center in Philadelphia. Stay tuned, and we will be back with you in a couple minutes. right, welcome back here to the 2022 U.S. Championships. We're here at the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center. I'm Dent Wilkins with U.S. Squash, here with Gannick family, U.S. Squash head national coach Ong Beng-hee. Beng-hee, this is one I've been looking forward to. We had a fun contrast on the men's side earlier with one of our kind of veteran players in Chris Gordon capturing a win over Andrew Douglas, up and coming. We have a similar dynamic here. So we've got Olivia Klein, who one of the all-time greats on the U.S. Squash Pro side. She's been one of our top players for more than a decade at this point, taking on Marina Stefanoni, up-and-coming young star for Team USA. So I think this should be a really fun match to watch.
Oh, definitely. You know, I think with the generation gap as well, it's very exciting to see how Marina performed today. You know, Olivia has a lot of experience. You know, she knows how to play this game. So yeah, I think it's just I think it'll be a fun match. Yeah.
So Marina is currently at Harvard University. She is the U.S. Junior Champion many times over. Was the youngest player to ever win it when she first won it. We'll go into some of those stats shortly. And Olivia also a former U.S. Junior Champion and has won this tournament several times as well, and is actually the defending champion. So, you know, really interesting contrast of styles. We've got Olivia here in the gray shirt, Marina in the black Team USA shirt with the white headband. So, you know, with Olivia and her experience, what does she need to do in order to kind of keep control over a match like this against, you know, a young, very athletic Marina?
I think someone with so much experience, I think she's just going to make sure that the first game is just going to be extremely tough. You know, I think she needs to show authority on court to make sure that she takes care of the tee really well, be really dominant around the mid-court area. You know, because Marina can be very dangerous if you, just like that in that rally. You know, if you open up the court too soon in this in the first game, I think yeah, she could find herself in trouble. So as an experienced player, I think yeah, Olivia needs to really be very dominant and just to make sure that rallies are extended, and just to make sure that it's yeah, I mean, with a lot of pace as well.
If you were coaching you know, an up-and-coming player like Marina, who obviously has a bunch of the skills and actually plenty of pro experience as well at this point, even though she's still young, you know, what would you tell them going on court ahead of playing a veteran? You know, what do they need to be focused on, you know, both mentally and tactically in order to kind of settle into a match?
You know, I always feel that the younger players normally they go in with no fear, no pressure attitude. You know, I think it's quite natural. Obviously, I don't think they will expect to win, but because of their mentality, they're going in with less pressure on themselves, and most of the time they will end up playing a lot better than usual. So for me, if I'm coaching Marina, I'm just want to make sure that she's hitting her length as deep as possible, getting past Olivia, and then from there, anything in front, if she has the opportunity to make sure she's attacking as well as she can.
You know, Marina, you know, the times you've gotten to see her, she, as I said before, was a many-time U.S. Junior Champion. She won it 4 different times, and that's with actually being upset in one of those years, and 1 year it not being held due to the pandemic. So, you know, she could have won even more than 4 in the under-19s, which is pretty amazing.
Yes.
I believe she was 13 years old when she first won it. I'd have to confirm that. But, you know, what do you see as some of the strengths of her game? What does she bring to the table that's going to make her such a force for years to come?
I think, you know, obviously I'm still quite new to Marina. I don't know her that well. I've seen her play couple of times. I think US Open was one of them where she went in there and I think she beat Danielle from Canada. She was like ranked 20 in the world.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so for me, she looks like she has a huge potential, and I hope that, you know, once she's done with college, she'll be able to give PSA a chance, because she's really, really very talented, as you can see now, the way she strikes the ball. And yeah, you know, I'm traveling with her to Alabama for the World Games sometime mid-July. So it's an opportunity for me to get to know her better, and hopefully, try to convince her to join us as well. You know, I think with her potential, definitely she can go and do very well on PSA.
Yeah, you can see her. I mean, really important for her. She have a strong start here and not get kind of beaten off the court by the more experienced player. So really kind of positive start for her to get herself in the match. You can see her willing to move Olivia around early on and not just settle in, but be aggressive and stay positive.
Yeah, you know, like I said earlier, she has that no fear attitude now. You know, seems to be very relaxed. She knows what she's doing. She's using the height very well, and also attacking Olivia to the front, which is quite impressive. But yeah, I think this first game is crucial for her if she wants to take on Olivia. I think, yeah, I think this first game will be crucial. Yeah.
Olivia currently world, I believe number 23. She's been as high as number 12. You know, so a ton of experience and really tough. So I've always been so impressed with Olivia's footwork. You know, she has always, you know, ever since she was 10 years old, she has motored around the court. You know, and used because she doesn't, you know, have a naturally kind of tall, lanky frame. So you know, she's had to really work on that foot speed and ability to get in the ball. But she's made up for that in kind of competitive fire, attention to detail, ball striking, and really made the most of her career. She's been such an ambassador for us as well. You know, always kind of at the lead, the first person to speak up in Team USA meetings, the first person to kind of stand up for the athletes and what it means to represent their country. So, you know, just wanted to say from the U.S. squash perspective, what an absolute pleasure it has been and continues to be to have Olivia as one of our top players. So just because she got a small hole at the beginning here of this first game doesn't mean she's going anywhere. She's been here before, tough and nails competitor. So I think you can see this one go on for quite a while.
Yeah, you know, when I first started working with her, she's very committed. You know, she's put in more than what I've given her in the program. You know, she's a great example to the younger generation. You know, not afraid to speak her mind when something is not right with the program. I've learned a lot from her as well. You know, as a coach, and so the working relationship has been fantastic. And I think the younger juniors, if they can get to meet her and get to learn from her, I think it'll be an amazing experience, because you know, she's been on tour for, I don't know, maybe 15, 16 years with all the experience. So yeah, what a fantastic athlete. Yeah, she's worked really hard over the summer, and I hope that she will have a great season in the new season.
Yeah, it's funny because she, you know, it seems like she's been on tour for such a long time. She's only 29 years old, so actually still has, you know, years in her to continue. She turned pro when she was pretty young, just a teenager. So even, you know, even though she's only 29, she's been on the tour for 12 years and just built up a ton of that experience. And her results speak for herself. I mean, she's got a neck full of medals for Team USA over the years in international competition, and been an anchor of our teams and the women's world teams for so many years. So good little sequence here for her to put herself back within one at the end of this game.
Yeah, obviously she, you know, our women's team this year, end of the year, we had the World Women's Team in Egypt, and all these 5 players, they play such an important part. You know, we want to make sure that we can make the finals again. I think our best achievement was making the finals in the last edition. So yeah, we're hoping that at least we can get to the finals, and if on a good day, we hope to be able to challenge Egypt, obviously with all their number 1, number 2, and number 3 in the same team.
Yeah, a ton of weaponry there,
but yeah.
But it's great to be finally very much in that conversation. You know, we're no longer, you know, fielding teams with players way down in the rankings. These are top 10 players in the world who can all challenge, who all have wins over these players, who all can compete at that level, and are only getting better. So, you know, as we said, Olivia's been a key part of that transition and a leader, you know, for the women's game all the way through. You know, along with Amanda, who we're going to see later tonight at 8 o'clock in her quarterfinal match. So let's see at the end of this game here. Really nice tight ball from Marina. Gives herself 2 game points here.
Well, she's definitely done very well to be 10-8 up, you know. Yeah, like I said, this first game is crucial. If Marina can sneak this, I think that will give her a lot of confidence going into the match.
I'm so impressed with Marina's calm affect out there. You know, you never know from her face when there's pressure happening in any match. She's just very kind of steady mentally out there. It seems never willing to give her opponent, you know, the satisfaction of knowing she's frustrated or knowing that she wants to push more. You know, like she just seems like you you get very little out of her out there in a good way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's also very quick around the middle and to the front as well. And you know, for me, that's very dangerous for Olivia. You know, so someone like Olivia, if she doesn't hit a good length to make sure she can have space. Yep.
There it is.
So yeah, she's in trouble.
She was doing that on cue just for you. Like if the length doesn't get through, she
Yeah.
could be dangerous
Yeah.
across the middle. That was a proof positive there. Yeah. So a great start for Marina Stefanoni, one of the upcoming stars of Team USA, currently in college, but just able to capture game one here over Olivia Klein in her quarterfinal match, looking for a semifinal berth. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back with you in 1 minute. All right, we're back here. Dent Wilkins from U.S. Squash with U.S. Organic Family U.S. Squash head national coach Hong Beng Hee. Beng Hee, you know, I interested to you know, get your thoughts of coming into year two in the Specter Center here, and you know what some of your goals are as far as you know what'll help the team succeed. What would you like to see to help people kind of take the next step, not necessarily individually, but as a group, now that they have this kind of environment to all work together collectively.
I think again after a very successful first season, you know, going into the new season, we just had a meeting with all the athletes, and again, you know, for us to take the next step, we need to be all unified, working together. I understand that everyone is playing individually, you know, it's individual sport, but I've mentioned it to all the athletes that we need to help each other, because you know, if you go to Egypt, you watch all the players and all the juniors, they're training together on a daily basis, they're pushing each other, and they're just improving every day. So what didn't quite happen the first season is basically everyone's traveling, and to get everyone to train together was a little bit difficult. So the goal for the new season is to make sure that we have all the plans in place for them to be working together, regardless of, you know, what they're doing. Whenever they're in Philly, they'll be here, and yeah, just helping and pushing each other, and yeah, and
You know, I think
get better.
yeah, it's been a challenging year for the pros. Exciting in that it's back to a full year of competition, but challenging in that restarting those engines after really 2 years of irregular competition is a challenge, and they have to get back into their own sequences. Even this event, you know, has been held in more than 2 years because of their travel schedules and the other PSA events coming back and a couple others. So I think a year of normalcy will be a big deal, and you'll start to see that synergy happening between the older pros who are training full time, the up and coming, you know, college students, the juniors getting a chance to train with them and see them at their best. So I'm fired up for you and your team, and to watch you know, these players kind of take that next step and use everything that has to offer here. So
Yeah, you know, in the meeting, actually, it was the players that wanted to make it happen as well, and you know, I'm very happy that they were the first to voice out, and they wanted this to happen, and they can see that this will only benefit them, because if you're challenging each other every day, day in day out, you're just become better, you know. Whereas in the past, I think before we had a Specter Center, before we had this program, they were all on their own. They had their own personal coaches, and everybody is just doing their own thing. Whereas now we're just trying to get everyone together, and it's also my responsibility to make sure that I communicate with some of their own personal coaches, get more input, get more feedbacks, and just keep improving the program. You know, I think this has to be a daily thing. It's not just, you know, once a month get together.
Right, sure.
Yeah.
Good job by Olivia here, getting her nose out in front in the second game. She knows how important this is. You know, Marina physically quite strong, and you know, is only going to lock in more. So Olivia, I think you'll see a ton of focus here to see if she can even this match at 1-all. She doesn't want to put herself in a 2-0 hole to a young player as dangerous as Marina.
Definitely, you know, someone as an experience as Olivia, you know, this game will be huge for her. You know, the difference between 1-all and 2 love down is just huge.
That's nice there.
Wow, that's
See,
nice.
she's on that ball quickly, right? There's no not allowing any time, and
Yeah,
so
so someone like Marina, who is now going in full of confidence. Wow, that's actually quite a poor shot from Olivia. We're going into 6-all in the second game. Such a big point, right? So, wow. But then you talk a lot about me. You were a former squash player as well, you know.
yeah, not
So
not at this level. Like I have fond memories of playing coaching days. I mean, related to these two, Olivia was one of my favorite students when, you know, I was coaching at squash camp, and I remember we had this, you know, I think our age limit, everyone had to be 11 to come, and we had this, I think, 9-year-old who somehow snuck into the camp. I'm not sure how it ended up happening, and you know, we were like, oh man, we're gonna have to supervise this 9 or 10-year-old the whole time. And then we saw her, and you know, she was even smaller than, you know, what we thought a 9 or 10-year-old, and there's this you know, young girl named Olivia Blatchford, and we were wondering you know, who she was, and she ended up coming down with this horrible fever, like, you know, a fever of like 104 degrees or something, and couldn't play the whole week. But we were amazed that she was just so positive and like you know, perky the whole time, and you know, excited about squash, wanted to talk about squash, wanted to watch the squash videos even when she was having to sit in the office with her fever. And we were like, oh, that's great. And then she came back the next year as a 10-year-old, and we were like, oh, it's the girl you know, had a fever last year. And she got out on court, and we had her down, you know, with some of the lower level players, you know, because she was so much younger. And then, you know, I poked my head around and watched, you know, these 16-year-old boys getting absolutely obliterated by this you know, 10-year-old girl who was bounding around the court, lobbing them, dropping them, outrunning them, like one or another. And we were like, uh-oh. So we immediately, you know, moved her up to one of the top courts right off the bat. And, you know, and she hasn't stopped since, obviously. She's always had this just infectious love and passion for the sport, and that's paid off in her training. You know, as a player, you know, you don't get good without liking it, right? You have to want to train, you have to want to work hard, you have to want to improve. And Olivia is the poster for that. I mean, she's the consummate pro, and sets such a good example for all of her others, and she's done that since she was young. So I've fond memories of her as a young player, and now I'm very happy I don't have to play her as an adult. I stay far away from the court with her, because she'd do horrible things to me on court now. But a great comeback for her there, just to even the match and steady out. As you said, that was an important one for her.
yeah, she obviously used a lot of her experience. You know, I think her tactics at 6-all in the second game changed a little bit. You know, she started attacking Marina a lot more to the front now. Again, she got her length a little bit deeper, a little bit better, and yeah, just able to close it out.
I think someone, you know, a little taller, athletic like Marina, like, you let them play around that midcourt, as you said, and start to dominate, you know, with the volley and to control play. Like, Marina knows what to do from all those areas. So Olivia, gave her that opportunity to in the first game. So she started to find her targets a little bit better there, starting to make Marina reach behind her, and then Olivia's quite accurate when you give her the ball in the volley. Loves hitting in that straight drop and can snap the ball pretty quickly. So a nice. A nice turnaround. So this will be interesting to see now, who bounces back in the third and who can keep the rhythm. So we'll learn a lot from the first couple points here.
Yeah.
Now, in your career, were you a fast starter in games? I know some players are like,
No, I
they-
think I was
they're
a
like-
terrible starter. right?
work your way back. A lover of the five game battle.
Yeah, especially in the early rounds, right? Like just getting over the nerves and all the pressure of not wanting to lose in the first round. That's always a tough one. I'm sure a lot of players they'll go through it, right? Just all that nerves and you just don't want to lose in the first round, right? But yeah,
I mean, that experience is awesome to have at the Specter Center. I mean, obviously someone like you who's played at the top of the world and been in the top 10, been a world junior champion, being able to share those experiences with the players is huge. But also the mix of veterans and younger players that we have, training and all representing Team USA, it means that, it feels to me a lot of them don't bring a lot of ego into this. Like they're willing to share what they know.
Yes.
And even though the younger players are chasing them and coming up quickly, like they are willing and eager to kind of continue that legacy of Team USA, and they recognize that each generation could be better and bring us to what our ultimate national team goal is, which is always on the podium. So that's been fun for me to see and see them at these international competitions. Just that level of camaraderie that the players have with each other.
Yeah, they've been great. Even with the juniors, they've offered themselves the time in the weekend just to come over, help out with the junior squads. We have, I think, sometime next month we have our second junior squad for the players that are traveling for World Juniors to France, and also the Pan Am Game squad that's traveling to Bolivia. And these seniors they've made themselves available. They've offered whatever we need from them,
Mhm.
So I think it's great, just even getting them here for half an hour to answer some questions regarding the transition between a college player to a professional. These guys are so experienced now.
Mm-hmm.
They're a great spokesperson for the game and also for the Team USA. Yeah.
Positive start again here for Olivia, getting a little bit of an early lead, experience showing through.
Yeah. And I think like Olivia being very experienced, she will try not to be playing too much to the front, but at the same time that's also her strength.
Mm-hmm.
I think she likes to go short when she's in the front, so I think she needs to be a little bit careful. But if she plays it well, then yeah, should be okay
I mean,
for her. Yeah.
Marina's strong movement can be a weapon for her where Olivia wants to attack in the front, but if she's not hitting her targets well, Marina can jump on that ball easily and really do some damage from there. So it's a little bit of cat and mouse game up there, and there's a good example of it right there where Olivia didn't quite hit her target and then fell behind, but now she's back to neutral. Ooh.
Yeah.
Or you just put it away like that.
We
That's
put it
another
away
way to
like
do it.
that, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So obviously Olivia is capable of doing that, and sometimes her strength is also her weakness, and if she doesn't get it right, then she's always in trouble, right?
True for all of us.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
But she seems to be playing very well today. I think actually both players are playing very well. I think it's been great. 2.5 games now.
Again, kind of a smart choice there of when to attack. Marina coming out of the back, Olivia, up on the tee, forward position, willing to take it in. But, you could see her ready for that response, too. She's not assuming she's winning a point there. She's playing it, positively, but ready to jump on the next shot should Marina get that. So it's a nice early start, and you can see that paying off with 1 or 2 loose shots from Marina.
Yeah, I feel that Olivia has a lot to prove to herself. She didn't have the best of World Championship recently in Egypt. She had a very bad food poisoning. Playing in a 500 grand event, everybody wants to do well in the World Open, and unfortunately Olivia could not perform due to being ill. So I think this tournament means a lot to her, and being a defending champion, of course, the pressure's on her. But at the same time, I think yeah, she has a lot to prove to herself, and she wants to prove that she's still able to play at the highest level and hopefully defend this title.
I like her. Olivia's a great example for kids kind of coming up of positive body energy. You see her between points, giving herself a little positive affirmation, vocally even sometimes to herself. And, even the way she hits the ball against the ground as part of her sequence before the serve, like it looks positive. She looks like she's ready for the next point, and that transitions mentally into the way you play and into also what your opponent sees. If they see your head hanging and
Yeah.
kind of dropping the ball around, they know that maybe you're sagging. But you can see Olivia here, like really looking kind of ready for that next point. It's a nice little learning moment for those teenagers and younger kids who are, sometimes they get down 3-2 in the first game and they look like the world is ending between the points. You
Yeah.
know,
Oh, yeah.
their mentality goes down.
And I feel that Olivia has got herself physically a lot stronger this season as well. So
Nice there.
yeah,
Good
it's a
movement.
great cross as well from Olivia. As you can see, very explosive to the front left corner. So she's put in a lot of effort to get stronger in
Yep.
those front corners.
Yeah, you could see she could have like potentially like taken a path slightly through Marina, maybe like looked for a let or something there, but she's taking the more positive approach and saying like, no, I'm gonna like take the quick step around
Yeah.
her, hit to the open court. There it is again.
So yeah, I think
what a really running away with this game. Speaking of positive,
yeah, I think Marina just opened the court a little bit too soon, in the beginning, and obviously now Olivia's gone into an auto mode just to keep attacking her at the front, using her front drops and also a quick cross court flick.
it's one of these end of game lulls here of you're up too many game balls and don't stick with the same strategy you had before. So I think you may see Olivia take an extra second here, reset, not allow Marina to get in too much here because you don't want to give Marina a sniff of of being back in this. And
Yeah.
even this, a couple positive points Marina can take mentally into the next game, right? Like
Yes.
maybe you're not going to win this game, but like finding that rhythm again and not feeling like you just got blown off the court, like she can carry that into the fourth because she's obviously very much in this match and slowly creeping her way back into this game.
Yeah, especially with the 11 scoring, like if you just mentally switch off for a little while, you could end up losing like 4 points right away, right? So
Right.
it's really dangerous, and then you put yourself in trouble by getting nervous now. And
I think it's smart by Olivia there, not delaying play, but just a quick face towel off and saying, okay, like I'm not gonna let this run, keep going. So great game for Olivia Klein there. She's now up 2-1, defending champion, looking to book her place in the semifinal against young and up and coming star Marina Stefanoni. We're going to take a quick break here during this game break, and then we will take a look in on the other glass court here at the Specter Center and see what's going on over there. Stay tuned. All right, Dent Wilkins from U.S. Squash here, back 2022 U.S. Championships. We have a great women's quarterfinal battle going on here between Olivia Blatchford-Klein in the gray shirt, about to serve, up 2-1, taking on Harvard star Marina Stefanoni. Here with Ong Beng Hee, Ganek family U.S. Squash head national coach. Beng Hee, this has been a fun match so far, and we are ready for a little more. So let's see if Olivia can continue that strong momentum, or whether Marina can capitalize on the couple kind of good points she put together at the end of that last game.
Yeah, I find like this is such a good opportunity for Marina as well, and obviously over the summer getting a very hard match now, and also hopefully she can put in a few good weeks of training to prepare her for World Games. I think, yeah, this is just a great week for her, and hopefully that she'll be, I think she's joining us in the next couple of weeks to be here, and yeah, having the opportunity to be training with Amanda and the two Olivias and Sabrina. I think that will just help her in the game as well.
Yeah, I think Marina's got so much upside. Obviously, like, she's got all the physical tools. She's still young, but there's no sky's the limit really for her. And we saw that in juniors. She was a British Junior Open champion in the under-17 division, I believe, consistently one of the top ranked players in the world, and a contender at the World Junior Championships, and maintains her position as one of the best players for her age worldwide. So it's going to be really exciting to see where she goes, and obviously, going to college now is not something that takes you out of the pro track at all. She at the U.S. Open this past October, in the round of 32, so the top 32 women in the world and the top 32 men in the world, 13 of them, of those 64 players, had all played college squash, or were currently playing college squash in the U.S. So it shows you like what a high percentage of these top players are now treating college in the U.S. as a development opportunity. They can get a great education, but also continue to work on their craft and then try their hand at a pro career afterwards. Including, players that are having some success, like Amanda Sobhy and Ali Farag and all these
Just
players that are
yes.
that are the best players in the world who have played college squash. So it's an exciting time, and I'd like you to talk a little bit about the U.S. women, if you can, as we watch Olivia, as we said, one of the leaders of the women in Team USA, and Marina up and coming. But for the first time this year, we've had 4 women in the top 25 and top 20 in the world. Multiple players in the top 10 currently, with Olivia Fiechter and Amanda Sobhy at world number 4. Can you talk a little bit about just how ascendant the U.S. women are worldwide? And I think a lot of that has come from we're the 50th anniversary year of Title IX in the U.S. this year, and women's sports participation, but also squash was a real leader in prize money allocation. The U.S. Open in 2013 being the first to go to full prize money parity, and pay these amazing athletes equally as they deserve to be. So, ahead of, certainly later than it should have been in any sport, but ahead of so many other sports, that has now resulted in all squash majors being full prize money parity now, as is this event. So can you talk a little bit about just kind of the state of these top women in the U.S. and their potential to keep getting better?
Yeah, this 4 top players, obviously, they've set such a great example. The only thing that's missing for them is to be part of the Olympics. I think we are always trying to get into the Olympics. We are hoping that the one in LA in 2028, having world number 2 in the world now, and hopefully we can generate more interest in squash. And if we can get into Olympics, obviously with more funding, we can better infrastructure, and we have one of the best squash infrastructure now. If we can, just a little bit more funding, and through these women, these 4 ladies right now, who's actually top 20, top 25 in the world, it can make huge impact. So
Yeah, and I think building those pipelines is so much of what you're thinking about, what you need to do, and making sure that we're able to identify talent from all around the country, that we're able to take advantage of burgeoning grassroots programs that are bringing new people into the game who haven't been there before, and giving them a chance to have these high performance pathways to get better if squash is something that they want to pursue at a top level. And doing all that stuff, whether we get into the Olympics or not, is the right thing to do for the
Yes.
sport. So we're so excited, and for us from U.S. squash perspective, we feel very fortunate at just the way that our top players and these top women on the international stage represent the country, because they're amazing ambassadors to the sport. They've been leaders on really important issues, both on and off the court. So both player excellence, but also their health as whole people. So that's something we'll continue to hit on as we watch these matches over the week. But what a great performance by Olivia Klein here. She lost a tough first game, but then you really saw the experience kick in here as
Yes.
she gets over the top. So impressive performance for her, and on to the semis here. So Olivia, moving on, we've got she will join the winner of this match coming up here. So we've got Riya Navani taking on Olivia Fiechter. Riya, one of our up-and-coming young junior squash players, currently, I believe, ranked number 1 in the girls under 17 in U.S. squash. So a young player, but taking on someone who's in the world top 10, Olivia Fiechter, really an exceptional player who's had by far the best year of her career, and obviously she's just been getting started the last couple years. So. This is should be really fun to watch, but
6 love.
this is definitely a welcome to the glass court moment for Riya against one of the world's best, and excited to see a young top player out here.
Yep. I think it's for Riya to be just on court with Olivia, and also to be playing on the glass court is just going to help her to prepare for better things in future, right? Playing a top 10 player and playing a caliber of someone like Olivia Fiechter, great experience for her, and hopefully she'll gain something from this match.
Can you talk a little about why it's important for young players like Riya to take advantage of the opportunities to get out here?
Feel for the young players like Riya to take advantage. Like,
these are the top players in the world, the top 20. Like, why does it matter for players like her to get out here and build these experiences?
Someone like Riya, being number 1 in under 17 now, and then to be playing someone who is top 10 in the world, I think the first thing she will realize is the pace of the game. As you can see, Olivia is just taking the ball so early, very accurate, and she's just dominating the rallies. So for someone like Riya, I think she should be gaining a lot of experience from here, and hopefully that after this match she's able to bring it back and keep working harder, and to be able to just keep improving. As you can see now, Olivia is just basically in control.
Oh dear,
Yeah.
that's quite a shot. It's a little showing off for Philadelphia doubles
9-1.
experience, and hitting an amazing shot there. That was fun to watch. Olivia, since she was young, has always been an amazingly talented player with her racket, and we mentioned earlier she's taken a big step forward physically this year too, at just having her body be fully healthy, getting stronger, and being able to sustain high pressure matches against these top players.
Olivia, she's been working
Right
really hard
side,
physically as
10-1,
well.
game
She
ball.
got herself really strong. I think the biggest change she's made to her game is, besides being mentally very strong and all, is her technical changes. I think she's put in a lot of work there, and that's really helped in her performance in the last probably about 9-10 months. So yeah, I think technically she's a lot stronger now, and just need to be able to make sure that she's able to back it up physically as well.
Right. I mean, I find her to be one of the most fun players of Team USA to watch, just because she has so many tools in her toolbox.
11-1.
Like her ability to work
Fiechter.
ball.
to watch, just because she has so many tools in her toolbox.
The court, she uses the height, uses the front corners, defends really nicely. So it's dynamic squash, and we can see there taking out the junior 11-1 in the first game and moving on. So Beng Hee, we're gonna take a quick break here, and then welcome in a Team USA favorite, Chris Gordon, Team USA member, coming off a great win in the quarterfinals for a little Ming. So stay tuned with us, and be here with Chris Gordon in about 60 seconds.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. Fiechter leads 1 game to love. Love all.
All right, welcome back here, 2022 U.S. Championships at the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center in Philadelphia. Dent Wilkins with U.S. Squash. We have a really fun guest on the commentary here, Team USA legend Chris Gordon. Chris, welcome.
Thanks, Dent. It's a pleasure to be here with you.
We got a chance to commentate and watch your match against Andrew Douglas. Congrats on an awesome quarterfinal. What a you got to be happy with that one.
No, absolutely. I'm really happy with that. I haven't beaten Andrew in quite a while. The last time we played was at a trials for the world teams here in Philadelphia about 6 months ago, and I had a couple match balls but wasn't able to convert, so to get over the finish line today was pretty special. Yeah,
it was a great performance, and you were down, I think, in all 3 of the games, and found a way to just steady out and coax a couple errors out of him and get through in 3. So that's actually got to be a nice feeling as well, just being able to keep some of the energy in your legs, knowing how tough this draw is. To get through in 3 was an added bonus on top of the great win.
No, absolutely, a big bonus. I mean, I had a terrible start in the first game. I think I was 6-1 down or something.
Yeah, you were. Yeah.
I thought I've got to try something different. Whatever I'm doing now isn't working. So I tried to just push way up the court, and when it started to work, I just said to myself, I've got to keep with this, and it's fine. If I lose doing this, it's no problem, but I can't go negative. I've got to keep being positive and keep trying to find a way to make this tactic work.
Well, I want to talk a little bit more about your match soon, but first would love to get your thoughts here. I'm not sure you've had a chance to see Riya play before. We were saying she's currently one of our top players and #1 in the under-17s, so a young player getting experience out here. But you've been maybe a few years ago, but you've been a young player, like trying your way out there against the pros. When you started playing as a teenager and started playing pros, what's it like when you kind of first get out there in some of these big matches against some of the world's best when you don't have that experience and you're just a teenager?
Oh, I think this is a fabulous opportunity for Riya. I haven't actually gotten to see her play yet, but I think this is an enormous opportunity, especially for a couple of reasons. You're playing a world-class player in Olivia Fiechter in a national championship, so it's at an event that obviously means a lot to Olivia Fiechter. So she's going to be, she's going to be on her medal. So Riya's going to get to experience her at her best or close to her best. And then the second aspect of it is it's with the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center, we have these 2 fabulous glass courts. So Riya's getting an experience on these glass courts that's very reminiscent of playing a major World Tour event, whether it be the U.S. Open or the British Open. So she's getting basically the full package here. And as a young player, that's really invaluable because these glass courts, obviously they present incredibly well on TV, but from a playability standpoint, they are a little bit unique, and there is a bit of a skill to playing on them. Mm-hmm. And obviously someone like Olivia Fiechter plays in this condition quite frequently, and she's a very experienced customer, so she knows how to handle these big situations. But for Riya, it's really raising her game to the task, and the learning aspect, getting to see how someone like Olivia Fiechter will control the game, or like for instance a rally like we're seeing here where Riya's created some quite good pressure against Fiechter. Yeah. How Fiechter responds and how she answers the bell. So all in all, for a young player, these moments are, 1, really special, and 2, really important for their development.
I think the Olivia can be a challenge to play in these courts too, because when you're not used to the lighting of a glass court, kind of the more intense lighting, and someone like Olivia who's willing to use that lob, lift the ball, change the angles, like that's a whole different beast to kind of get used to that visually and not leave the ball out in the midcourt.
No, absolutely, and that's one of those unique things about these glass courts is the lighting just has to be so much brighter, so the ball and the court presents well on television that it's an adaptation. You can when you're not used to them lose the ball in the lighting, and you have to make small adaptations tactically to be able to deal with that. And that's the kind of stuff that potentially someone like Riya, who hasn't got a tremendous amount of experience in these conditions, potentially, I'm not saying is the case, but potentially wouldn't have necessarily thought about prior to playing.
Sure, and as you said, it's just great experience. I mean, she only, I believe, turned 16 a couple months ago, so you can see, like, yeah, Olivia's up in this game, but Riya, compared to the first game, has found her footing a little bit here and actually found times and ways to apply some pressure and get Olivia moving around the court. So kind of a fun young talent. Based on what we're seeing here, we can certainly see plenty of her over the coming years. Can you talk a little bit, of Olivia? She's obviously had an awesome year. What have you seen from her this year that has made such a difference and put her in the top 10 after just a couple years on tour?
I mean, I think in a lot of ways this year was a culmination of several years of really hard work, and this was the year where she really kind of consolidated herself as a top pro in the world. Coming out of college is always a little bit of a learning curve. Right now the college game is very, very competitive, so they come out of college at a very high level, but it takes them a few years to get used to the lifestyle on tour in terms of playing multiple days in a row. The conditions can be quite varied, and then obviously all the travel. And I think this year Olivia really took her game to the next level and really put herself in a position where she's challenging some of the best players in the world consistently.
Yeah, it's been exciting for all of us in the U.S. to kind of see that progress, and she's had some major wins, and even getting over the hump with some of those titles, those upper level tournaments, the 30Ks, 50Ks, like getting through a draw is a big leap mentally. To be like, I can beat top competition or come in as a top seed or two and reach that seeding. I think a lot of those little mental things she's continued to check boxes this year, and so the sky's the limit for her, and she's got such a strong group of U.S. women around her that really helps push you and get to the next level. So take a chance to get back here. Just to set the scene in the box here, Chris just took like 8 layers of socks off. I've never seen anyone wear all these socks up here, and so the booth is now distinctly fragrant, which you can't experience at home. But Chris, socks aside, what is your, in tournaments like this, kind of prep for tomorrow look like? You've obviously had a good battle today. You're gonna have another one tomorrow. So what do you do? You've been a pro now for the better part of 20 years almost. It'd be interesting I'm sure you're in such a rhythm at this point of what works best for your body. What does the next kind of 18 hours look like for you as you get ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, it's just about keeping it relaxed, keeping it ritualized. So I try and stick to pretty similar patterns anywhere I am in the world, just so there's some familiarity in the preparation. When I'm done here, I'm gonna head out, get some dinner, and then head back to the hotel and relax and do a whole bunch of recovery stuff. Right now, I think one of the advantages athletes have is there's so many great recovery tools available to us. So I'll lie in bed for a while, get the Normatec boots on, get some compression, and then we'll do a bit of we have all the massage guns and stuff to work out some of the hot spots from the muscles when that will be could be tender from certain movements we've done. And then it's really just about, after that, just switching off mentally and giving yourself a period where you're not really worried about what's coming and what's happened today, and you're just switching off and just relaxing. And then tomorrow I got my whole pattern. I have my places I eat. I'll come down here to the center in the morning, have a solo practice for half an hour, nothing too crazy, pretty static, just to get confident, like feeling the ball and everything. And head back to the hotel, keep myself lying down as much as I can, conserve as much energy as I can, and get myself back to the center a little over an hour before I play, and then you start the whole warm-up process, just mentally turning yourself on, physically turning the body on, and builds up till you finally play.
I think you've got we hope you're representing Team USA for many years to come, but I think you've got a future job and consultancy around sports recovery and equipment. I've never seen anyone with more of the different gear, the knowledge, the different recovery drinks. Like, it seems like you've always enjoyed like the process of like figuring out the little ways to gain advantage for your body, for what it needs to recover, what it needs to be fueled properly, and do that. That's always it's always stuck out to me. You've always got like the next cool tool, the next like great drink or whatever it may be.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think that's why you're seeing in this generation so many players last longer. Like right now, it's not that rare having players play into their late 30s, where when I joined the tour, like, guys were retiring at like 30, 32, 33, where now that's still considered fairly young. And a lot of that's down to the quality of medical advice out there, and also just the accessibility of recovery tools. So players are able to get so many different recovery options in on their own without actually having to travel with a therapist.
Do you find you train a lot differently now? I think you're 35 now, if I'm not right. Do you find your training has shifted now because you've built that base kind of over the years of a certain level of strength and flexibility? Like, what do you focus on most, in your training now to make sure your body kind of stays ready for competition?
So now a lot of the training, with my age and stuff, a lot of the training shifted from being really high volume to being more focused on higher levels of intensity, but lower volume. I think as you get older, the body struggles more with the actual volume of work than with the intensity of work. So I'll look to go more towards, for instance, in the gym, more closer towards max lifts with really few reps, instead of doing more strength-based sets where there are more reps. And similarly, in my cardio programs, I'll try and find ways. Yeah, I'll try and find ways to decrease the volume but increase the intensity. So it's just fewer steps, less stress going through your joints.
Perfect. Like, we're seeing Olivia close in here on a semifinal berth. She's got an interesting tournament in front of her. We've got your draw is not set yet. If Olivia gets through, she's going to take on Sabrina Sobhy, who had a strong result earlier against Elisabeth Ross. So they've had some battles that I think is going to be a fun one for the crowds with Olivia, Sabrina, and then if Amanda Sobhy gets through tonight, her quarterfinal match, we've got kind of a matchup of two legends between Olivia Klein and Amanda. So the women's draw is certainly shaping up nicely. And then, on the men's side, can you give me a little preview of what you're thinking? Certainly not a given of who your opponent's going to be. We've got Todd Harrity, who's been a leader for us on Team USA for all these years, but taking on kind of a young up-and-comer, training hard here in Philly, and Spencer Lovejoy. So I think that should be a really fun match, and I'm sure you're hoping that they go an hour and a half, 11-9 in the fifth, and beat each other up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that has potential to be a really exciting match. Obviously, Todd's the higher-ranked player by quite a bit, in the 30s in the world, and Spencer's back a little bit in the 70s, but he's playing really well. And in a lot of ways, it's almost home court advantage for Spencer, because he trains at the center day to day, where Todd in the last couple of years has been based in Egypt, even though he's planning on spending more time here in Philadelphia. So I think that potentially can play into it a bit, and I think it also probably helps Spencer that there's that much ranking disparity, so there's not a lot of pressure. That being said, Todd's a fantastic player and has a tremendous amount of experience at the highest level of the game. So, you know, it's going to take a lot to challenge him and to potentially beat him.
5-10.
So I think that
Right
matchup
side.
could be really interesting.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. You see here, match ball for Olivia Fiechter, taking care of business. It's like to congratulate Riya and Navani on being out here, only just 16 years old, and it's really comported herself well in a tough situation against one of the world's top 10. And you've seen actually, throughout, Olivia's been supporting her, been congratulating her through. You can see that camaraderie through all the U.S. players, and one of the most fun things for me to watch over the years has been, that even as you all compete against each other all the time, just when you throw the USA on your back and, you want to see each other succeed. And, I'd love to hear, before I let you go, just some of your thoughts on the state of Team USA. There's obviously a ton going on. We've got a ton of great new young talent coming up. We've got a bunch of great vets who kind of have the experience to pass along, and also, a lot left in their legs there as we see Olivia moving through to the semis to take on Sabrina tomorrow. And then the HPP program where, when you started, there wasn't any support for athletes really coming on and getting the tour. You really had to kind of do it all yourself compared to now when we're trying to build these kind of bigger and more robust structures. So just love to hear your perspective around, how the game is changing for Team USA and what the future looks like.
Yeah, no, I think Team USA is in a really healthy place. Obviously, our women's program is one of the strongest women's teams in the world. And they're doing really fantastic on the PSA World Tour. The men have a little bit of work cut out for them, but it's looking a lot healthier. 2 players in the top 50 and then another bunch between 50 and 100. And I think things are starting to really grow and fall into place here at the center in Philadelphia. We're getting some good systems in terms of programming with a national coach on Bangui, and then we've brought in a strength and conditioning specialist, Bridget, who's liaising with Bangui and creating customized programs for both the men and the women. And we're really in the infancy of the evolution of this program. The players have only been in the center for a year, and I think it's only going to get better as time goes on. I think the next phase probably is about growing out that under 23 kind of collegiate transition program. So eventually we're getting more players turning pro after college, and we're just getting, instead of having 5 or 6 full-time touring pros, we're getting up to 10 or 12 on both the men's and the women's side. And having those numbers help because it adds a more robust training group and means when players are away at tournaments, there's still people around. There's just more of a flow of athletes around, but it's all part of a process. And I think where we are today is a really healthy point, and I think it's a great springboard to grow from.
I think you're absolutely right, and for us from the U.S. squash perspective, our job, obviously spans all sorts of areas, and not just high performance development, but on the high performance side, it's really about lowering those barriers. So the more time the players are able to focus on getting better, and them not thinking about where the next funding is coming from, how they're going to schedule competition, where they're going to find the training resources they need, do they have the right best practices and knowledge bases to draw on, and all that. So we're excited to support this amazing young group, and as you said, that next generation and building a bigger pipeline. So both through college and then through all these programs around the country for juniors who we want every 12-year-old who steps on court for the first time to watch a play like this and watch you on court or watch Olivia on court and say, I can do that. I want to be there in 10 years and believe in that as a viable career path and something that they can do and pursue their passions. So, listen, Chris, there's no better example of passion for squash and someone who's been such a leader for Team USA over all those years than you. So I know you're busy. You've got a big semifinal tomorrow, so we really appreciate you stopping in for 15 minutes and giving us a little bit of your time.
No, thanks so much, Dent. It's a pleasure to be here, and the streaming looks great, and it's really great everything that U.S. Squash is doing, one, to support the HPP players, not only financially, but also with training opportunities and programming, but also just everything you guys do here at the Specter Center in terms of integrating the events with the television aspect, with the live scoring, just getting the results and the knowledge about what's going on here out globally is really special.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Chris. We've got 2013 U.S. champion Chris Gordon going for another one this year onto the semifinals. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Dent.
Hi, back here at the 2022 U.S. Championships at the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center in Philadelphia. This is Dent Wilkins with U.S. Squash back with you, and I'm joined by a special guest, Alicia Rodriguez, one of the top professionals at Marion Cricket Club, one of the best coaches in the Philadelphia area. Alicia, welcome.
Thank you, Dan. This is fun. This is probably my second time commentating here in a squash match, but I'm very excited to be here. This tournament is one of my favorites. We have all the pros participating. We have new talent coming up, so I'm very excited to see some of the matches tonight.
Yeah, we appreciate you joining us. I'm looking forward to hearing about everything that's going on at Marion, and you're going to be doing some coaching for Team USA, so we'll get a chance to hear that. But first, we've got the play starting off here with Shah Jahan Khan and Jamie Ruggiero. Shah is the number 1 seed here coming to the match, and newly brought a new U.S. citizen as of this year. So we're so excited to have him now competing for Team USA and being a part of it. And then Jamie Ruggiero, who grew up playing in Philadelphia, local product, and making a run now kind of post-college at the upper level, and so exciting to see him out here. So I think we'll have some fun squash going on, and we'll see these guys settle in. So how's your squash game these days? Are you chopping around out there, or mostly in the coaching role?
Yeah, I'm still trying to keep up with the young kids, the teenagers now, but yeah, it's been okay. I think in my thing is like experience is beating them a little bit more. But it gets to the point that as soon as they get to college, they get too fit for me.
It's kind of like a parent, like you beat them a little longer than you should, right? But you don't want to tell them that, and then
Yes.
once they realize they've got you, then it's big trouble.
No, but it's I'm trying to get out there. I'm trying to stay more in the doubles scene lately. Like singles is always something fun to do, like even just recreationally, like for all the pros, because keeps us like engaged and keep us on our toes, because these kids are getting way too good.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, like I was talking about Jamie. I'm gonna feel old saying this, but like I remember when he was just about to go to college, and because I used to work for Furman Athletic Club, he started playing squash there, and now seeing him like being full-time professional is like it's crazy to me. But I'm very excited for him. He's this probably second year that he's playing the nationals, and like second year, like
only
being
only
full-time.
26 years old. So
Right.
the last couple years have been disruptive, obviously with the pandemic
Right.
and everything. So it's awesome to have him out here. And if you want to feel a little bit younger, I remember coaching Jamie when he was like 12 years old, and a little quiet 12-year-old who was quite talented, but clearly loved the sport and wanted to be out there, and really has blossomed in his career, and was a great college squash player, and now out here against Shah. So Shah is 31 in the world right now, the top-ranked U.S. player. So this is a good opportunity for Jamie to test himself against someone of that caliber, because Shah has all the tools, and you can see they're actually built pretty similarly, like relatively similar body types, and similar movements. So it'll be interesting to see Jamie try and keep up. And as a coach, when you see a player with a little bit less experience, you're playing someone at that next level up from you. What type of advice do you have for your players when they're playing someone that might be a little mentally intimidating for them, or someone that is different? What type of mentality do you want to put them in when they get out
Well,
there?
first is less pressure, correct? Like I think always being the underdog helps to release that pressure of like proving a point. And the other thing is well, it comes with the relaxation. It's trying like just go to your basics, like like there's nothing else to lose, and make sure that you feel a bit more in control of the rally. I think when you play someone that is a bit more experienced, the pace is definitely different. The intensity, like within, like they take the ball early way too much. There's not much room to like attack, because you feel there's not much opportunities to attack. Then you just gotta be patient and build that point. But yeah, mainly I think that at this point is like feel that confident enough to be able to attack and be aggressive without hesitating, and no pressure, correct? I
Right.
feel that's the best advice that I give to all the underdogs, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think it's always such a tough balance, right? Like playing with no pressure and yet like believing you belong at the same time.
Yeah.
Like knowing that like you're not favored, but also believing that you belong right there. Pretty nice little nick there from Shah, kind of looking like you out there cutting that crosscourt nick. So you're going to be heading to Bolivia this summer. Can you tell me a little bit about that and
Yes,
what the plans are?
very excited. First of all, that they're starting having some international competition for the juniors. Yes, I'm very thrilled to participate with the U.S. team. We actually have two of the players of the female team playing in this tournament. So we have Riya and Caroline.
We had a lot of fun watching Riya in the last match. It's a tough ask. We were saying, only 16, just turned 16 a couple months ago, and you're
Yes.
out there playing a top 10 player in the world. But she showed a lot of that skill that she has,
Yeah.
and really, played well out there against Olivia Fiechter. So she's an exciting talent, and the second player, I'm sorry, you said going with you?
Caroline.
Oh yeah, Caroline Fouts, maybe,
No,
or different.
Caroline Faust is going to the Worlds.
Well, we'll get the right Caroline in a second.
We'll get Caroline.
But the
Ilsen.
yes, so she'll be out. She's got an easy one against Amanda Sobhy tonight, so no problem there.
Yeah.
But so that's the Pan Am Junior Championships.
Correct. This is going to be
down in
hosted in Bolivia, and so we have 4 girls. I think this is the first year that they send 4 players of each division. Normally they have been like three. Well, I might be mistaken, but yeah, it's an intense week. I think a lot of these kids, they don't realize that it's a lot of squash. We have the singles division, we have doubles, and we have also the team event, and they kind of overlap. One day within singles, doubles, and doubles to teams. So it's I hope these kids are training hard.
Yeah, those team and I think people don't always realize like how much sometimes mentally those team competitions take out of you because you're carrying the pressure of the team. You're like in a different environment. You're eating different food. You're sleeping differently. And in Bolivia, they're going to be at altitude, which is its own challenge.
Yes, I'm a little concerned about that because I feel that we are being very, we always been playing like in sea level environments, but yeah, always altitude brings a different dynamic, and a lot of the teams that are strong, for instance, like Mexico and Colombia, they do very well in these events because they're used to that height. So, but we're gonna put a good fight there.
Yeah, it's great. It's to provide a little context. There's a ton of the junior national team activity happens over the summer. So Alicia's headed to the Pan Am Juniors in Bolivia this summer. It moves around throughout the Pan Am region year to year. But there's also the World Junior Championships that happens. We'll be hosting the Battle of the Border, which is a Canada versus U.S. competition, and that'll be hosted for the first time at the Specter Center this year after its traditional home up in Canada, along with a whole bunch of other kind of training squads and different competitions. So it's a great opportunity for the best U.S. juniors to showcase their talents. And, I mean, just in the last 10 to 20 years, it's been amazing the difference from, I'm sure when you were growing up, a lot of the international players were sometimes excited. I know in my era, certainly, if they got a U.S. player, and now suddenly, you draw a U.S. girl, you draw a U.S. boy, it's like, that's like, these are the real deal now. So it's been fun to see that progress of the U.S. on the international stage, and a lot of credit to so many of the amazing coaches we have around now in the U.S. that have come here and are bringing that knowledge.
Yes, no, I definitely think that diversity within the coaching has brought like the best of squash, and I mean it's definitely reflecting from juniors going into college, and now going into like the professional level. It's like a nice pipeline to have, and I think U.S. Squash has been doing a great job trying to keep these kids engaged. There's always room to improve, as anything, but again, like it takes time, and I get back again to the fact that we have young talent here at this event. Like that's such a positive thing, and also having the juniors participate in this event, like that's exciting and gives them that opportunity to have that extra experience where probably they wouldn't take it unless they would go to a Worlds or like a Pan American Games. But yeah, this takes it to another level. But yeah, like it's a good way to grow the sport. Having these kids like getting involved with the professionals.
Yeah, I think the Specter Center is going to give us, some of the most exciting opportunities we've been talking about tonight is just the opportunity for a weekend at a time to get, some of the top junior players alongside some of the top college players, alongside some of the top pros, so they're all learning from each other, and, having the men and the women all together and competing, training together, learning from each other. Like there's just a lot of opportunities to just bring the broader kind of development community together and get them learning and improving. So I think the future is bright for this, and there's so much growth now in the clubs and facilities side as well that are feeding some of these top players. I'd love to hear a little bit about, you're at Marion, which has one of the kind of longest, most illustrious traditions of top juniors. We're going to see Todd Harrity in a little bit, one of Marion's best players to ever come out of Marion, obviously, and several-time U.S. champion, play later tonight. But tell me a little bit about what's going on at Marion these days and how the program's going.
Yeah, I mean, but definitely, the program's still going. You're right. Marion always has been known for the legacy of squash players, the national champions in singles and doubles. So definitely the culture is still there. We're being very lucky that there's so much squash around us as well, with the schools building up their programs. So now it's, definitely we have a younger crowd that is very interesting to get to get into squash, which is great. So the program is always busy. I think right now we're in a stage where we have a lot of young kids between 6 to 12, just kind of giving it a go, and I think that is very it's been cultivated through the school. But yeah, we're always busy. Like we have a very busy season. It's coming all year round. Doubles is a big scene for our adult crowd. It's amazing. I'm in love with doubles.
You've been converted, yeah.
I'm converted to doubles, guys. I'm sorry. No, but it's a fantastic crowd to and it definitely feels like a different sport. There's coming from singles from after college and going into doubles is like it's like there's room to improve.
I think we're seeing, some of the juniors. Philly's a good example because there's such a strong doubles community. Like you'll get some of these juniors getting out there on the doubles court too, and I think it actually adds an interesting dimension to their game. It helps them get stronger. Like you see them being stronger on the volley, and it's just kind of a different type of movement and thought process. Singles is all about organization. Doubles is all about chaos, right? So like,
and get out of the way.
Yeah,
yes, correct.
so like it just gives them something different to do and a little different mentality, which is fun. So
but other than that, like I mean, the club itself is growing. It's they went through the whole renovation, so we have a very lovely facility, bigger facility, but yeah, with the squash courts, they went through renovation process like a couple of years ago, but. Scott Devoy, our legend, our director, he actually was a former still coaching Todd Harrity.
Yeah, and Scott's also one of our head junior national coaches as well, and has been for many years. So has provided a great service to Team USA. We've been lucky to have him. Yep.
No, he's fantastic. So we're very lucky to have him there at Marion, and like I've been learning so much from him too.
Well, that's great. Well, keep the great players coming from Marion. we love having them representing the U.S. So
can't wait to see
so
Todd tonight.
Keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, it'll be exciting to see him. So let's take a look at this match here. So Jamie has settled out a little bit and made this, got it to 5-all and made it competitive here. You see Shah starting to go into attack mode, but good for Jamie from an experience standpoint to kind of find his footing in the second game a little bit, and we'll see. But you can see Shah flip the switch here and just decide he's going to start hitting next.
Yeah, definitely the first game, Jamie started making a few forced errors, like hitting the ball out of the court a couple times. Definitely the nerve starts kicking in. We have a nice crowd tonight, like watching, that obviously plays part in to be nervous and being observed on the glass court.
Yep.
But yeah, I think Shah is definitely. Not messing around. He's like, I'm not going to be here that long on this court.
Well, he applies good pressure, and he applies pressure, through movement. We were talking about this with someone else. He's got such quick feet. You can see his tee position. He gets this like kind of wolf-like, really low, hunter type position, and seems like he's ready to track down every ball. So he's fun to watch, and he's had a ton of success on tour this year, and pushed his way, past Todd as the top-ranked U.S. pro. So that was a big accomplishment for him, and he's been working extremely hard here at the Specter Center, doing a ton of sessions, and we're fortunate to now have him representing the U.S. and being a piece
great.
of Team USA.
As you said, like I mean, something that I noticed about Shah, like, is his movement, right? It's like so quick, like taking off the tee, like so explosive, and also just moving so far up on the court, which is like very hard to get him into the back corner. So, Jamie has to really be precise to like get him out of the middle position and try to make the shot earlier if he can, like attacking a bit earlier than Shah. Whew.
Well,
it's easier to say than get it done.
Yeah. I'm an excellent squash player off court. It's really hard to do. It's like, just get Shah out of position, and don't give him the
don't give
him the angles to attack in. No problem. It seems easy. We'll see. Shah knows he's got potentially a tough next 2 days ahead of him. So he'll want to get off in the third if he can. He's if he's able to get through here into the semifinal, he'll take on Timmy Brownell tomorrow. We saw Timmy earlier play a really positive match, taking on Thomas Rosini, current college star, and Timmy's just gotten so much stronger, and Shah, trains with him. They know each other's game. I always find that like an interesting dynamic when everyone knows everything there is to know about each other, and then it's just about executing at that point, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, when you know so well of each other, it comes down to like who is like much more focused, who gets to that relaxation mode where you can perform your best, and who feels better physically as well. The little things matter at this point, which will be interesting to see these two guys.
Yeah, well, let's see how fast Shah comes out here at the beginning, and what he's offering here. Oh. I don't know for Jamie if the inside-out topspin is the way to go to steady out and point number one, but we'll see. I haven't coached him in 15 years, so I don't get to to say anymore. But if he plays well here, I'm totally going to take credit though.
No, it's
actually no. You've coached him since then, so I don't get credit. Never mind.
No, I saw him like he was training mostly with Paul Frank.
Okay, all right.
And then after he moved downtown, and he's been working here at the center, correct?
He's been doing some practice, doing some stuff, and he comes from a great squash family too. His sister was a top U.S. junior, top college player as well.
Yes,
and,
Ellie Ruggiero.
Yep, exactly. So. We'll see if he can get studied, but it's nice to see. It's an interesting contrast of styles in that like you can see Jamie almost likes to play the way Shah plays. He wants to like be aggressive. He wants to show some creativity, but the experience shows in that a little bit less organized. In the way he does it, right? Like Shah's being creative, but doing it from within a structure, right? Like. Yes, that was a beautiful straight drop shot, but look at where Shah's body position was when he hit it, right? Like he's very stable, he's very ready, it's intentional, and he's ready for the response, right?
Yeah.
It's not just creativity for the sake of being creative.
Yeah, it's very interesting whenever, for instance, like a player like Jamie, he knows like he gets too excited, get to that point where, you're not too passive, neither too aggressive. Because then you start losing control, and that's kind of like the difference, as you said. Shah, he's more aggressive, but he's in control of himself. And then Jamie probably needs that experience of like controlling his like excitement, right? Even we saw from the first point where he was doing a topspin.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, again, like he has nothing to lose, but you gotta like stay focused and don't do too much. I always advise to people. We get excited, but whenever we start doing too much, we end up shooting ourselves on the foot.
Right. That like staying activated, but not like over-energized, right?
Yes.
Like it's such a tough balance for play. I mean, top pros will spend years attempting to get that right? No matter how good they are. So. See, after I praise Shah's backhand volley drop, he then puts one right in the floor. That's, again, the announcer's curse here.
I think he felt very confident. He's like, I'll do it again.
I think people should watch Shah's recovery. It's one of the things I really like watching out of him. He's so quick off the ball and back to the tee. Like, you rarely find him out of position. And, he's a little shorter than some of the that's the fun thing about the top pros. There's no ideal body size.
Yes.
So he's a little bit shorter, but he uses that ability to his advantage for his quick change of direction, his quick recovery. It's a beautiful shot there. No recovery in that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the we see this in Latin American players, like whenever the body type is, not too tall, like when their center of gravity is lower, therefore, like you can see them like just kind of sprinting around the court, and they have such a good balance because they're I guess grounded more into the ground. It's good. I mean, it's very interesting, but definitely like shorter players tend to be more explosive on the tee and like faster for sure. So it's always exciting to see that kind of squash.
Do you like to have some of your top players? Do you like to kind of give them models of like, oh, you're you know, for lack of a better word, like you're kind of shaped like this person. Like look at this pro and how they like approach the game. Like someone who, you know, let's say is, you know, a you know, longer, athletic, you know, rangy athlete, someone like, you know, El Hamami or something like that, like, or like others, or, you know, super tall guy. It's like, well, look what James Willstrop learned to do over time, or, you know, do you try and give players examples of?
I do actually. I especially the girls. I think you know, naturally their bodies are like less strong as the guys. They're less explosive, and you know all this biological things that that I always feel that taller girls tend to have a bit more of a struggle to work on their movement. So I have examples like you know Joel King and Sargent Perry, which I mean they're like tall girls and they move extremely well, and especially Sargent Perry, like she's huge, but she has like amazing
It seems
hands
like the
like
training methods have gotten so much better now too that like it's allowing players, both men and women, with like non-traditional squash body types to compete at that top level because they're able to like work on what would traditionally be weaknesses and turn them into strengths. Like Sarah Jane, who has become so accurate and so strong across the tee, and so she's using her height and length for. It's really tough to get the ball around her because she's got that wingspan and able to get it there, right? Or then you get someone like Miguel Rodriguez or something like that who like doesn't have the height but like uses all that balance and changes direction. He's like a Shaw on steroids, you know, like. Well, I can't say that, Mike, but not on steroids. Let's all be clear. He's just an amazing. He's an amazing mover. Metaphorical steroids. Yeah.
Maybe be something else.
This is not U.S. Squash's official position. Is not is that Miguel is an amazing athlete.
No, he's in great shape. Yeah, he's super quick. But yeah, no, I definitely you know there's certain things that I think people could potentially relate to, or especially young kids, like understanding their body types and what can they make the best of their squash based on that. I personally am more like into be aware of like what your strengths, what your weaknesses, and like how can we like figure this out. Yeah, and every kid is different, every player is different. So yeah, but it definitely it's always good to have someone that you can relate to.
And it's fun that all the kids have these role models of so many different styles of games, so many different like types of players out there that like it just means that all of them can
get there.
Can you know they can see themselves in any model. You know, you love to be a shooter, like you can learn that type of game. You love to steady out and be attritional, you can learn that, you know, and pull from all these players. So there we go. Shaw, like again, there's that experience, right? Jamie got it to 9-all. Shaw kind of locked in, found his way on, and our number 1 seed, world number 31, Shah Jahan Khan, on to the semifinals, where he'll take on Timmy Brownell in tomorrow night at the Specter Center. So we've just got one more match tonight. Speaking of athletic strength, Amanda Sobhy, world number 4, you know, one of the most exciting, powerful, dynamic players on tour. So she's going to be a ton of fun to watch, and taking on Caroline Ilsen, you're one of your players who will be joining Team USA this summer in Bolivia. So, Alicia, if I can ask you, would you mind sticking around for 5 more minutes and hang out with me?
Absolutely.
So
Yes.
we'll take a quick break here, check out the remaining matches of the evening, and be right back with you here for the 2022 U.S. Championships.
Sounds good.
back. We're here at the 2022 U.S. Championships at the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center. I'm here with a special guest co-host, Alicia Rodriguez, a teaching professional at the Marion Cricket Club and a coach for Team USA for our junior team this summer at the Pan Am Junior Games in Bolivia. Alicia, thanks for sticking around, giving us a little bit more of your expertise here.
Thanks
now
for having me.
you coach at Marion. We've got a homegrown Marion Philadelphia talent here. Team USA legend Todd Harrity and number 2 seed in the draw and defending champion.
Yeah, no, very excited to see Todd. I don't get to normally see matches live, so I'm very excited to be here and supporting like both. I know Spencer when he's just starting to be part of the developing U.S. team back in 2017. He was just in college, and since then, like, he was very driven to like get into playing professional. So he's been doing great. So I'm here to support both.
He's been Spencer's been working really hard here in Philadelphia. Just out of college and making his go at the Pro Tour, and he's been great. Basically ever since he was a junior, he's been gunning for a pro career, and all the way through college. He went to Yale University and obviously got a great education there, and played number 1 on their team, was one of the top All-American players in college, but he's had squash running through his blood for a long time, so it's been awesome to see him have the chance to get out here and try his hand at the Pro Tour, and he's having some really good early success. So this should be a fun it's been a theme tonight, is kind of the veteran versus the up-and-comer matchup, and we've got another one of those here today. Todd might be angry at me if I call him a veteran. But
no, he's still a young fellow. No, very excited to see Todd again. It's nice to have him around. Like, he's been based in Egypt. He has done very well in some of last events on the PSA tour. So very excited to see him back at his town home, and playing nationals. I think was last nationals last year.
Yeah, we've actually had a break, so it's been 2.5 years since the last nationals, because first with the pandemic and the events getting canceled, and then the pros in their return to the PSA Tour, their schedule's been so busy that there hasn't been a window for us to host this championship when all the pros and top players were able to jump in and compete in it. So it's super exciting for us to have it back, to have actually the biggest prize fund that we've ever had at this tournament, which is really important to us, that these players are recognized and earning the money that they deserve for the amazing work that they put in, and most importantly for us, what we started at the U.S. Open in 2013, but certainly at this event since then as well, of full prize money parity between the men and the women, because there's no difference in how hard they're working and the amazing squash they're playing out there. So, I think we're lucky that squash is, it's, as we said earlier, it's always been too late, right? This should have happened much earlier, but squash has been a leader in certain ways ahead of other sports, and now after the move at the U.S. Open in 2013, it was really the candle that lit the fire for the Pro Tours to now have all their majors mandate full prize money parity, which has been transformative to the women's tour, and we can see part of that in the U.S. with this amazing crop of 4 women in the top 25.
No, it's the women have been driving this amazing strike of like doing so well in these tournaments. Like, it's so awesome to see, like, especially the women's are doing very well on the professional tour. I think definitely, like, the men, they have it tougher because there's there's a big lead from the Egyptians. It's hard to beat that one we're for now.
We're working on it.
We're working on it.
There's a plan. We're coming for him. Don't tell him.
This match is going to be very interesting. I look forward to see how Spencer comes out and handles that pressure, or in this case, no pressure, because again, like, he's a little bit lower than Todd in the ranking. Well, Todd is 39 in the world currently, and 36, and Spencer is 69. I hope I'm correct. Otherwise, they're gonna kill me.
No, we're good. And Spencer's been finding his way, as you get those rankings up, you suddenly start getting a little bit better seedings in tournaments. You're able to get further in draws. It builds on itself. So a couple of those early results and moving up are so important for someone in Spencer's position. And you're seeing him, put in that work and work up the rankings. And then, where Todd is, I personally, obviously, like the top players are, it's so tough to be up there in the top 10, but I think that kind of range from like 20 to 40 in the world is absolutely brutal right now because the depth is so good, and just in order to maintain your position, maintain your ranking, you always need to be getting better. You need to kind of find that next edge, and you need to win tight, tough matches in big tournaments. And Todd's been such a warrior for the U.S. and someone who's been up in that range of the rankings for quite a long time now, and you need to keep reinventing yourself to stay there, and it's a real credit to his work ethic and willingness to travel around the world. He's been training in Egypt a ton and other stuff like that, just to find whatever edge he can to go. So we're excited to watch him here this week because it's been a while since we've been able to watch him compete at his at full pace in Philadelphia. So this is awesome.
Yeah, no, very excited. Like again, as you said, the fact that he's been traveling gives him that confidence. I think sometimes some players, they need just to have a different environment just to like believe in themselves, and not necessarily for the squash, but also like for their personal growth, and that reflects so much on the court. I'm very excited that he has been doing so well lately, and the defending champion, correct?
Yep.
Yeah,
yep,
there
exactly.
we go. So I hope that he takes it more like of a drive rather than like being too concerned of like keeping the title. I think Todd has grown so much mentally, so I think he's definitely going for this in this tournament like with a strong mentality. So
yeah, he's won this thing 3 times, and I think that gives some can add some relaxation to a certain extent. It's pressure to defend, but to a certain extent, he's made his mark, right? Like he's proven many times over that he has what it takes to capture this title and be at the top of the U.S. So now he's continuing to make that push for his legacy, and he's very much still in the heart of his career. He's not kind of at an end point. So it's a good opportunity for him to get back out, and I think competition's tougher than ever. So we've got this great mix of Chris Shaw kind of on the ascendancy, #1 seed, moving through, and then Timmy Brownell moving through to the semis, who's younger, also on his way up, and then Chris Gordon, who has been one of the vets, 35 years old, 36 soon, and just played an amazing match against someone who I think a lot of people at Saturday today they thought would pull off the upset in Andrew Douglas, and Chris Gordon played an amazing match to beat him in 3. So it's a fun little mix of dynamics on the men's draw here, and we'll get a chance to see the final match of the women's draw in a few minutes, about 15 minutes, with Amanda Sobhy jumping on, who will look to book her place in the semis. So it's going to be really fun next couple of days with some awesome competition. So, well, after we predicted a close start, Todd has had other plans here, gotten out to a 6-1 lead. Really just imposed himself on here. So let's see what Spencer can do to see if he can level this game a little bit and find his rhythm, because Todd's showing his experience right now and looking very focused in this quarterfinal match so far.
Yes, no, definitely like having a good lead, has sets the tone for the match. So I think for Todd it's very important to start this match like setting the tone and keep being aggressive, build that confidence. For Spencer, there's that we were talking about like being too passive, right? Like for him is trying to like stay a bit more aggressive and lose that respect to Todd.
Yeah, I think Todd was a couple years older than Spencer, and one of those who Spencer would have always looked up to, right? Todd would have been the main star as he went up. So Spencer, now that he's a pro, I think believes he belongs here. There's not quite as much of that now that they've trained together. They've played together more. There's not quite as much of that wow factor, right? Like the first time you go out and play.
Yeah, that's true.
Play one of those tops. So that should help Spencer, and the fact that this is really home court for Spencer, right? He's training here all the time. He's very used to these courts, and should be able to hopefully use that.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. Like I
3-6.
For some reason, like I thought like he was still like in and out, but like he's full time here at the Specter Center, so definitely feels like a bit more of a home advantage for Spencer. yeah, but Todd, like the experience, like playing the glass course, also like a bit more comfortable maybe for him. So yeah, let's see. It's 6-2 right now. 6-3.
More positive play here for Spencer. He's kind of moved up in the court a little bit. Todd's so dangerous if you let him just move laterally across the midcourt. Like, he's so quick and strong, like in that position.
Down.
Like, that's where you don't want to leave him.
Sorry.
What happened here? I think they're asking
No,
for
it was
left.
good.
I think they
Should've
We
might
thought there was
have.
some
Sorry.
racket contact there.
Yes.
That we just witnessed is as animated as you ever see Todd
Left
Harrity.
side, 3-6.
That's so true.
That's the equivalent of him throwing a chair onto the basketball court. A brief moment of hands on his head, and then on to business. So Todd's a great example for the juniors, I think, of like just staying steady mentally, right? Like moving on and realizing that he can only control what he can control, right? Like you see so many people, they get a call they disagree with, and it sticks with them for the next 5 points, right? And
Oh, yes.
Todd's right back in there and ready to
Down. And
ready
now
to lock back in.
7-3.
He gets that point back. But no, you're absolutely right. Like Todd had always been like very still phased. Like there's not much of emotions through his facial expression. So whenever we see that, like I actually like that. I like the fact that he's showing something.
Right.
I like when
Little emotion would be there.
when players like get fired up. Like I don't know. I think part of the game it makes it excited as well for spectators when you see like that fire, that like that they care so much for it, and yeah, you see it like through their expressions. I mean, sometimes like it could be way too much, but being a player, and then you
8-3.
understand what they're coming from. So the Egyptians are pretty how do you say expressional?
Yeah, expressive. Yeah,
expressive. Thank you.
We it's so funny, like the different people a lot of times have country by country emotions or whatever, and yet it's obviously so different for
right.
these different players. You
8-3,
get these people that are
left
so
side.
steady mentally, and then all over the map, regardless of where they're from, right? And that was a pretty brutal point there.
Yes.
That was high rally. Todd was across the middle a ton again. There was a sequence there where he hit 6 straight volleys across the midcourt, and that's exhausting for Spencer to have to do that work and continue to respond to that. But you can see maybe slightly slower movement from Spencer here after that relatively tough rally. So Todd's really applying the pressure.
Yeah, I think he might have just got lucky to play that ball as lead because he was very close to him. But yeah, still this rally.
Down.
This rally was a little long too.
Right side.
Tried to do a little too much with that ball.
9-3.
You're seeing Todd's experience here. He can sense when it's time to turn the screws a little bit, keep the pressure on, get himself out of this game, without too much damage. See all these here. Spencer's still allowing Todd to play across the middle too much. He hasn't quite found a way to get him off that front line. That's a little better there.
Yeah, Todd is very good. Like as you said, across the middle, give him like too much of angle, and then he's gonna keep. He has a good drop shots. So anything that goes through the middle, just watch out. Oh.
Down. Left side. 10-3. Game ball.
Here we go. So it's 10-3. Oh no, that's game. That's.
A quick mop up.
I see. They're getting me. They're tricking me.
They're taking a breather. They're taking a breather. Is what's going
I
on
mean,
here.
after those couple rallies, I need a break too.
It's a really positive start here for Todd.
So what's if the winner of this match, who's gonna play against?
Yeah, so we've got the winner of this one
Down.
will take on Chris Gordon.
Yes.
So
Down.
this is the bottom half of the draw.
4-10.
Todd is the 2 seed.
Ball.
And then the top half of the draw will be Timmy Brownell against Shah Jahan Khan tomorrow. So Shah Jahan, I'm sorry. So both tough matches. I mean, Todd has a long way to go here, and Spencer's very tough. So this match is certainly still in question. But yeah, winner of this match will take on Chris Gordon, who, as I said, played an awesome match tonight. Just really strong 3-game win against. We'll see what the ref wants there. See if he's willing to give him the between the legs let. Todd doesn't look like he thinks
Not
it's there.
sure whether you were capable of hitting that.
Oh, all right. Here we
Then
go.
what would you think? Let?
I don't know.
No,
I need the
Come
other.
on.
I need the other angle. I
Come
mean, you
on.
see these guys do that all the time. It is like right there. I don't know.
I guess I give it a let.
It's tough from the front angle that we had there to really get
Don't be afraid,
really
then.
get the full sense. No, you heard me say I think it could be a let, but I got to see the angle from the back. Got to see what the ref sees.
Yes, correct.
Down. 11-4.
Oh, that just hit the 10.
Game
Yep.
to Harrity. Harrity
Well,
leads
one
one game
to
to love.
Todd. No, that's good.
So that brings us through game one, and on the women's side of the draw, as I said, we've got Amanda Sobhy with one more match tonight, 8 p.m. final match of the night, and that will be the final piece on the women's semifinals to fall in. So currently we've got Olivia Fiechter and Sabrina Sobhy both won their matches on the bottom half of the draw today against two young and up-and-coming players. 16-year-old Riya Navani fell to Olivia Fiechter. And star of Yale University, Elisabeth Ross, was beaten by Sabrina Sobhy. So I'm really looking forward to that semifinal.
Yes.
Sabrina and Olivia have been playing 4 years. It's always good. They're both, kind of their own unique styles relative to each other, and they've gone back and forth, each beating each other
I
many
know.
times. So
Yes.
that's going to be an awesome one.
Yeah, that's going to be very entertaining for the crowd. Yeah, definitely. Both of them, they're playing amazing squash. Like, Olivia has had, like, great tournaments, great wins, even like beating Amanda a couple times now. So that really gives her so much confidence to go into this tournament. But Sabrina, she's right there, and I think like that big win that she had against Olivia in Egypt recently really set her, to believe that she's first of all that she's up there, and two is that if she can get that win, like she could potentially, beat other players as her sister and Olivia Blashford. So yeah, like it's gonna be great. Like I think that's kind of the semifinals that I look forward to watch. Great squash. Hopefully the ref like stays calm. No, they're both like very clean players. Like they're there's something that I like about those two, that they always go for playing the ball.
Yeah, it's going to be
There's nobody
free-flowing,
yes.
fun squash,
Yes.
for sure. Yep.
So yeah, very exciting. So we're back here with Todd and Spencer. So what do you think then? Like, do you think Spencer will start with a good lead? What do you think? Like Todd is gonna stay like focused?
I mean, I can't jinx, but certainly if what Spencer's going to need to do, and the question is whether he can do it, is as we talked about, to get Todd off that midline. Todd looks very focused at continuing to like push his position up in the court, take the ball early and force him to do. So if Spencer plays the ball there, where these last two cross courts have been, he's going to give Todd too many angles like that, and Todd's just too strong to slide the ball down the wall. So I think that based on where they currently are, I would think that Todd will stay in control of this match based on the way he's striking the ball. But if Spencer's able to execute a couple of those little tactical changes, he's certainly got all the skills to bring himself right back into this match. So I think we'll learn a lot in the next 5 minutes. How's that for a nothing answer?
Oh, that's great. That's like that covers everything.
So basically what I said is whoever plays better will probably win this game. Yeah.
No, definitely Spencer. Like one of the things that I have seen through his evolution, as he started playing the professional tour, was his aggressiveness. A year ago, or even a little bit more of a year, definitely felt that Spencer was too nice. Like was very passive on the ball. you know, just kind of floating, retrieving a bunch of balls. Now she's getting to the point that he's finally, like, you know, being a bit more in control, like chopping the ball into the front corners a bit more. Yeah, so like that's very very great for Spencer. That I think he also like is finding his like a style. Because you know, I would say like a few years back, I would feel that he was just more of a retriever. But yeah, you know, against Todd, like definitely needs a bit of extra of staying sharp on his straight lines. Don't give it too much angles. Oof, right on the 10.
And out 3-1.
Yeah, Todd looks like he's very much in, you know, prove it mode right now. You know, he knows his formula is working, and you're not really going to see him change that formula until Spencer forces him to.
Right.
And that's Spencer's job now, is to change the kind of pattern dynamic of what he's going. And easy to say that from the commentary booth, but you know, when Todd's playing this type of style, that's very tough to do. You can see him, there it is again, right across the middle. Simple squash, right?
Right side, 5-1.
Play quality depth, take the ball early, quality straight drop. You know, he's not doing anything fancy. He's just playing at a really high quality here.
Yeah, no, I think definitely also like Todd has
6-1.
improved so much on his short game too. Like I think before he used to float the ball quite a bit going into the front corners. Now he's a bit more lethal with that ball. It's like stay short, closer to the wall, which is pretty much what you want of a short ball. Yeah, so you know that definitely like gives him that advantage of like extending that ball. Oh, a little 10 there from Todd.
And out.
Come on, Todd. I was just
2-6.
hyping up your drop shots.
It's the announcer's curse. We talked about that before. Like as soon as you speak it, it's trouble. Yeah, this is a big moment for Spencer. You know, I know it's just the second game, obviously, but you know, he needs to find a way to grab himself a couple points and you know, at least put the second game in question. Put a little pressure on Todd because, ooh, that's nice, very nice.
So then,
3-6.
so after the nationals, do they have a team going into? I don't. Does the Pan Ams for you know, for top players like playing at all? Like
yeah, there are a couple different things happening. So most of these players will be just training for kind of in their summer training cycles.
Right.
The World Teams is coming up in the winter for the women, and then the men don't have it this year. Basically World Teams alternates, so they don't have a lot of big international competitions coming up this summer. What they start arcing towards is next year is the Pan Am Games that happens every 4 years. That's the multi-sport games, and that'll be in Santiago, Chile.
Oh wow!
In 2023 in November, October and November. So
there
will be a big process for all these top players aiming to make that team. The top 4 men, top 4 women,
right?
All go and compete. And that the U.S. had such success in 2019 in Lima,
yes,
in Peru with. Todd leading the men's team to their first Pan Am Games gold medal on the men's side, and the women defending their team gold medal with Amanda and Sabrina, Olivia fielding an amazing team up there. So it's that's kind of the big prize. So there will be qualifiers going into that, and all of them will want to represent the U.S. and it'll be really competitive. It's not a given of who makes that team a year from now. So
yes,
you know, with
a lot of things could happen.
Experienced veterans, up and coming younger players who want that, who are improving quickly. You know, that'll be fun to watch, and you know, I know we'll all be cheering here from the U.S. for them down in Chile.
Yeah, that's yeah. The reason I asked is I wasn't sure if it was coming up or it was a little far away, but yeah, that's a great event. Yes, you're right. Like last year, the last Pan Ams, U.S. did amazing. You know, as we spoke before, we had the singles division, the doubles. They also did amazing.
Yeah,
in the
so
doubles division.
Todd and Chris Hansen captured
Yes.
the men's doubles, which was a huge upset. They upset a couple teams that they weren't supposed to, and Todd Harrity
And now
ended it with one of the most epic
8-4.
cross-court necks you ever see on match ball, leading to Chris Hansen absolutely losing his mind in excitement as Todd just buries it.
Do we have
and,
recording of this? 'Cause I would love
yeah,
to see that.
yeah, we gotta find it. But it was absolutely awesome. And then Amanda and Sabrina
Yes.
capturing the
The
women's
gold.
doubles as well. So you know, women's doubles gold, men's doubles gold, men's teams gold, women's team gold. It was an awesome. Oh, and Amanda, women's
One-
individual gold.
yeah.
Olivia, women's individual silver. And the only the only thing that prevented us from maybe capturing bronzes was the fact we only could put 2 players in
Two
the
players in
individuals
the-
on
yeah.
the other side. So yeah, so it'll be a tall order to repeat that level of success next year. But I know that they've got the talent to do it, and we'll be gunning for it. So
Yeah, no, that's exciting.
that goes well.
Yeah, so the Worlds is it changed it, right? Normally it's in the summertime.
A lot of times the World Teams is traditionally in December
I see.
in that slot. So in the Junior Worlds is over the summer.
The summer,
so,
correct.
yeah, so that's going. So Todd,
10-4,
you
game
know,
ball.
as we see, has maintained that control. Spencer hasn't been able to change the patterns yet, and Todd finds himself a point away from going up 2 games to love here.
There we go. That's a good post.
Nothing like the
Now
winning boast off a serve.
5-10.
Always the tactical choice. So, Alicia, as this game finishes, we're going to wrap, bring in a couple other special guests on the commentary, but just wanted to thank you for jumping in and
No, thank
lending your
you.
expertise. And, yeah, good luck. Thanks for helping to throw the USA on your back
11-5.
and coach us at the juniors in
Harrity
Bolivia this summer. It's going to be
Yes.
an amazing experience, I think. So,
No, I look forward to it. Thanks for having me here. Good luck to the guys playing this weekend, and I'll see you around, guys. Thanks for having me here.
Perfect. Thanks, Alicia. We hope everyone will stay with us. We're going to take a break for about a minute, and then we'll be back with actually one of our young Team USA stars who's going to be at that Pan Am Juniors in Bolivia this summer. So stay tuned. We'll be back here in about 60 seconds at the 2022 U.S. Championships. All right, we are back here 2 games in at the men's quarterfinal, final one of the night of the 2022 U.S. Championships. We've got the SL Green men's draw here. Todd Harrity, defending champion, up to love against Spencer Lovejoy, looking really strong. And I am joined by a special guest, one of our players who we just saw in quad earlier this evening, Riya Navani, quarterfinalist tonight in the U.S. Women's Championship. Riya, welcome.
Hello. Thanks.
We had such a fun time watching you out there. Tell us what it was like for those who are watching. She just took on world number 10 Olivia Fiechter. Tell us what it was like out there tonight.
It was incredible. As a junior, we don't play a lot with many of the top players in the world, so it's incredible experience, I think, which was the main reason I wanted to come out this weekend and get something new, get some learning points, and figure out what the next league and the top players in the world are like. And I think I'm watching that match back. I'm definitely going to get a lot of learning points, what to work on, how to improve. So yeah.
That's what some of the coaches were talking about, is just the importance of being willing to put yourself out there and like get that experience, because that's the only way you kind of get used to that. And you know, obviously Olivia, world number 10, she can apply so much pressure out there. She's, you know, training full time. You have other concerns such as, you know, high school, you know, and the rest of your life. So, you know, I believe you just turned 16 a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Is that correct? So, you know, what was clear to us is, I think the first game, the combo of the glass court, pressure from Olivia, all of that made it a little quicker, but you seem to really settle into the rhythm of the match a little bit and start applying more pressure as you got into that second and third game.
Yeah, definitely. Like playing a player that's has such a presence, has a fast pace, and is really attacking. The first game, I was kind of taken by surprise in a way, and I think second game and third game, I was like, okay, I have to change a little bit. I have to adapt. I have to find my length and find my game, and I think that's where I finally started to get into the match a bit more.
Well, congrats on a great tournament. You know, we feel really fortunate to have you here. It's not always, you know, we know schedules are busy, and it's not always easy as a junior to be able to play in these type of events. So, yeah, thank you for making that commitment and doing it. So, as we mentioned before, you're, I believe, going to get the opportunity to go and represent the U.S. junior team in Bolivia this summer. So that should be an amazing experience. Is that the first time you've gotten a chance to represent Team USA as a junior, or have you had other opportunities before this?
I'm super excited for this summer. Bolivia seems incredible, and I know the team itself is full of amazing athletes, and the coaching staff as well. I have played the British Open a few times in the past, which I love playing these tournaments, like internationally, playing different styles of players. That's also an incredible experience, and you learn so much, and the type of people you meet, it's incredible. And so, yeah, I have played the British Open a few times, and traveling with Team USA is always a pleasure because the coaching staff is amazing. You get treated amazingly, and yeah, it's super fun.
It's cool too, because you know, a lot of these players you've gotten to travel with, compete with, you know, there'll be players who 10 years from now or later you'll find yourself, or you know, 5 years from now you'll find yourself playing them maybe in college, and 10 years from now, you know, maybe if you decide to, you know, keep playing after college and keep playing professionally. So those relationships stay all the way through, and it's really fun to get to. Those are fond memories, I think, for all of these top players, were some of those early international trips and the Team USA trips and getting to do that. So, yeah, so we're fired up for you to represent us down in Bolivia and go rep Team USA down there. So, playing at altitude will certainly be a different experience. Have you been doing anything in particular to prepare for that, or just getting ready mentally?
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely taken that into consideration. Altitude is a completely different game, something that we don't get at all in the States. And so this summer it's a lot of like pace, because the courts there are super hot and bouncy, figuring out how to play those courts, because that's not common in America either. And a lot of like physical training as well, because rallies are longer, pace is higher. You have to adapt to that. And that's what I've been training this summer, how to play on those courts. And obviously, like, we're going there a few days early as well to get used to the courts, feel what it's like, because we do have that disadvantage of not having experience there. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's a different ball as well that we'll have to use.
They play with a high altitude ball, which just bounces a little less, so they try and get it to bounce as equally as possible to a double yellow dot will at sea level, but it certainly behaves differently, and certainly your lungs behave differently with I remember playing in the Pan Am Juniors. I won't tell you the year, it was a long time ago, but in Mexico City, and it was a similar thing, you know, at high altitude, and you know, the U.S. team, you know, when we played the Canadians, we were all in the same boat, and then we played the Mexican team, and they were all bounding around the court looking fresh as a daisy, and we were sucking wind out there. But I think what's fun now in your generation for us to watch is that, you know, Team USA back then, we had good players, but we weren't at the level internationally relative to those other players that you are now. But now, you know, when you travel to the British, and when, you know, our players are at the World Juniors, when they're at the Pan Ams, like, a lot of times the U.S. players have a target on their back, because, you know, we are one of the strongest teams and seem to keep getting better. So that's going to be fun to go into all these competitions knowing that, you know, you guys can make an impact, and you've got an ability to really, you know, go far in these draws. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, 100%.
So tell me about your play in Philly. Are you, are you based in the, where do you live? I don't actually know your hometown.
Yeah, California.
Okay.
Redwood City, California. I play at Bay Club Redwood Shores.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Good. And do you have a school team out there as well, or do you train individually, or what's your play out there?
Schools in California are not. Squash is not a big deal. We have a few club teams, but nothing that can compete in the nationals and whatnot. So I'm just fully with the club. No school affiliations at all.
I mean, the growth in junior squash in the Bay Area over the last 10 years has been amazing. Like,
Yeah.
there's so many of our best players that are coming out of there. So that's got to be nice to have a really high level competition out there instead of being on an island as a West Coaster. You've got such a high level contingent around you now.
Yeah. We have a lot of upcoming juniors. I think the coaching there as well is awesome. There's a lot of committed young players who have great role models to look up to. And I think recently we've gotten a lot of support as well from the East Coast, like with new tournaments out there and really like trying to grow West Coast squash. And I think that's been incredible.
That's great. Yeah, it's been really fun to see, and a relatively new phenomenon on the junior side just in the last couple of decades. So, and I think we're only going to see more of that. So last couple questions. I really appreciate you joining. Like, when you do you have any kind of favorite athletes on Team USA of the pros out there? Do you have anyone you particularly like to follow, or maybe model parts of your game after?
7-5.
I'm actually one of my favorite fans. I'm a big fan of Olivia Fiechter, believe it or not.
Well, a fitting night. Yeah, good.
Yeah, I mean, she's incredible, and I think the way that she's grown in the women's game this past like year or two, it really shows. Like, she took the time to really like work on her game, especially with the Specter Center growing and how Team USA has grown. I think she has an incredible game. Same with Amanda. Like, they're the top 2 in the country, and both such powerful games, such hard hitters, which it's not what the women's game is known for. And I think seeing that like level of power and pace and like the physicality that they bring to the game, it's really it's something you look up to, and I got my fair share of that today. And it's definitely like if that like progresses and comes more to the junior game, it'll be amazing. Yeah.
Well, Riya, we appreciate you coming in and joining us. I know I'm sure you're tired after chasing Olivia's balls around all day, but number one in the girls under 17 in the country, and you project amazing maturity both on the court and here with us. So the future of Team USA is definitely bright in your hands. So really appreciate you stopping in. We'll be looking forward to following your results in Bolivia, and best of luck, and we just hope you have an amazing experience there.
Thank you. It was an incredible opportunity being here.
Awesome. Thank you, Riya.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here for the end of Spencer Lovejoy and Todd Harrity, and then we've got U.S. number 1, Amanda Sobhy, coming up here at the U.S. Championships in about 60 seconds.
And out 6-8. Down. And out 9-6. Thank you. And out 7-9. Down 8-9.
All right, that was a ton of fun. Just had Riya Navani, U.S. under 17 number 1, here in the commentary booth with us. She'll be representing Team USA in Bolivia, and part of a really strong through line of great U.S. Women's players and now junior women's players in her case, who will be coming up the ranks in the future. So Let's see, Spencer Lovejoy has made a nice little push here.
9-all.
Gotten it to even on this third game, looking to extend this quarterfinal match with number 2 seed Todd Harrity. We'll see if Todd can use his experience here and get over the top. Really nice tight
And
ball
out.
by Spencer there.
10-9.
Gives himself a game ball and a chance to extend this match and put a little pressure on Todd as the higher seed.
Stroke to Harrity.
Let's see there. So Spencer's saying that when he swung, caught Todd in
Where
a
you
swing, referee
Stroke to
he's
Harrity.
deeming he's having to make the decision whether
He couldn't
he hit him
swing.
enough that obstructed the swing and prevented it, and
Okay,
therefore
we'll
it would be
play let.
Spencer's point. I think the referee's making the call that it did not influence the swing. It was just light contact, and therefore just play let.
Lovejoy from the right, 10-9 game ball.
It's sometimes tough to mentally reset after you think a call should have gone a different way. You know, Spencer walked off court. Anything else? He's got to kind of stay locked in here. He's got a chance to take this game. You see he's looking a little bit more positive body language here. Oh, amazing pressure here at this point. Oh,
Down.
so good from Todd Harrity.
And now 10-all.
Spencer's all over the court
Lamans
attempting to
win
get
by
that
2 points.
ball, but Todd able to edge him out, push this game to overtime at 10-all here. So we talked about earlier, you know, Todd knows he's got a this is a deep draw. He's got a long row ahead of him. He's got Chris Gordon, experienced veteran, in the next round if he's able to get through this. So he's going to put all the energy he can into getting out of this in the third and not put more mileage in his legs than he needs to. Whereas Spencer really believes, rightly so, that, you know, if he wins this game, he has a chance to put himself right back in this match and make a run at it. So it's a great angle. You can see him pushing Todd around and then finding the straight length
Hand out 11-10.
on that ball so early.
Ball.
Steady rally here by Todd.
Thank you.
Nice sportsmanship there by Spencer Lovejoy, even on game ball, calling that ball on
And
himself,
now
saying he didn't
11-all.
get it. Really nice to see that, even in the heat of competition at the end of the game here. Spencer relentless into the front court here. Oh, slight mistake though. Give Todd an opening. Wow.
Down.
What a rally. See a fist pump from Todd Harrity there. He knows how big that point was. Now giving himself a chance to take this match in
12-11
12-11
match
game ball. Spencer's been moving around like his shoes are on fire here, just trying to do everything he can to stay in this match.
And out. 12 all.
There it is, tied up 12 all. Spencer finding a way to keep himself in this match. Live update, we do have another match going on, world number 4, Amanda Sobhy on the other court. She's currently up 2-love. In the third game now, moving through her quarterfinal match relatively quickly. We're going to stick here with Spencer Lovejoy and Todd Harrity, 12 all on tight end of this third game. We'll switch over to Amanda. We get a chance as soon as the conclusion done here. Great length by Todd. Spencer's moving so well just to keep himself in these rallies. He's showing all that hard work he's been putting in training.
Down.
Who just catches the tin there on that cross court. Nick Todd has another chance at match ball.
13-12. Match ball. Down. 14-12.
Just catches the 10. Great battle by Spencer Lovejoy there, holding on in the third game, but Todd Harrity a little bit too strong, but really positive today.
14-12.
Great striking, and the 3-time U.S. champion on to the semifinals to take on Chris Gordon. I'm sorry, to take on Chris Gordon in the next match. We're over here checking out top-ranked U.S. player, world number 4, Amanda Sobhy, the number 1 seed in the women's draw, and the favorite on this side. She's playing Caroline Eilson, who will be joining Riya Navani, who we just talked to in the commentary booth at the Pan Am Games this summer. It's great to see Caroline out here as a junior player, taking on one of the best in the world and one of the winningest players in this event for a long time, Amanda Sobhy. Nice little cross-court nick there, applauded by Amanda. Great sportsmanship. You've got to think that this is a great opportunity for a junior player to play someone who she's probably idolized through a lot of her career, someone as dominant and strong on the world tour as Amanda. See a quick mistake there from Caroline. So Caroline, we're watching here, only 16 years old, Boston, Mass. She's actually currently the number 2 in the girls under 17, behind Riya Navani, who we just talked to and saw play Olivia Fiechter earlier in the night. You can see really fantastic pressure and power here. Amanda clearly impressed, applauding. Obviously Amanda Sobhy, pressure and power is her middle name, so she can impose herself a ton on this match. Super dangerous from the midcourt with her lefty forehand there. Will continue, but this is the type of match that Caroline will bank, learn a lot from, get a sense of what the kind of pressure that gets applied by a player of Amanda's caliber can do on the glass court, and something to really remember and build from, because I'm sure we're going to see plenty of Caroline in the coming years as her career continues to develop and she moves on into potentially college squash in a few years and representing Team USA on the junior and then adult side. So real pleasure for her to join. As we said with Riya, it's a big deal for these juniors to come and play these matches. So Amanda's not the defending champion. She actually wasn't able to play this event the last time it was held. She is the 4-time U.S. champion, though. She'll be running for number 5 here. She'll be on the side, 2 of the most decorated U.S. team athletes of all time in squash. She'll be, if she gets through this match, we'll be playing Olivia Blatchford-Klein in the next round. The 2 of them have been playing all the way back since the under-13s. And are great friends and rivals together, and have been on the pro tour for a decade at this point. And that'll be a super fun match to watch. They know each other's games so well, and that one, along with Amanda's sister Sabrina Sobhy taking on Olivia Fiechter, promises to be 2 amazing matches on the women's side. There you see Amanda's strength, that mid-court forehand, her ability to both add pace but also be creative and turn the ball like you saw there is really incredible. So Caroline's got to do everything she can to keep the ball out of that zone of the court. There it is again. Beautiful turn. See really nice pressure from Caroline here, though. Able to create some damage on Amanda, apply pressure. This is a fun experience. It's nice to see some of the more established players like Amanda, and as we've seen with other players during this event tonight in the quarterfinals, really support the younger players. And you see great sportsmanship there from Amanda. Really want to build Caroline up, and Amanda knows that Caroline's got a bright career in front of her, and excited to have her play. So congrats to Amanda Sobhy, moving on to the semifinals of the U.S. Championship. She'll be back tomorrow night, ready to continue her pursuit of her 5th U.S. Women's National title. That's the end of our broadcast tonight. We've had 8 special matches, and we've got 4 exceptional semifinal matches tomorrow night. So thank you so much for joining us. I'd like to thank all of our special guests from Team USA, from the Specter Center, from players tonight, and local coaches as well. So this is Dent Wilkinsby U.S. Squash signing out. We hope you will join us at 5 p.m. for the start of matches tomorrow at the 2022 U.S. Championships here at the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center in Philadelphia.